And hello. Oh, wait, don't listen to the cast yet because I need to know why it keeps doing that. No, they're here now. They're here now. It's just that for some reason recently it's been taking you away, but you're back now. Hi, everybody. Hello and welcome. It is Foxhole Fridays, and I want to thank you for waiting up for us to get here. That was all my fault. I was doing work stuff, and It is lovely to have you here. Welcome to The Gamblers, which is our traveler. The Gamblers are Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. Theoretically, it's a Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. There might be other things lurking in there. I wouldn't worry about it. None of them are mysterious, although they may be mysterious. You don't know. Thank you for being here. We do this game because we love playing with each other, actually, but also because, you're here and you're hanging out with us, and that's really lovely. So thank you. If you would like to support us, which you can if you like, the best thing you can do is, be here, either here or on Memorex, leaving us a message and liking, subscribing if you're on the YouTube. When I said Memorex, I meant YouTube. I knew what I meant. And just being here, chatting with us. It's lovely to have you around. I will also say, for the record, you can also re-skeet our going live skeet, which I did not do, which I will do when our players do their intros. That's the thing that I forgot. And you can just let people know we're live. If you like, you can also... you can give us tips and bits, and if you do, I'll read those messages out at the end. You can be one of our Patreons. We have a lot of really cool Patreons, and we have a special sponsorship tier, which is limited to only 4 people, and that is $200, which will pay for the cast members, the players, not me, 4 players for 1 week, for 1 show. And if you do that, you get a very special shout out. I'll make a radio ad for you, get a special place in the credits. And we currently have 1 sponsor, and that is Willen. Willen TW is amazing. And I adore Willen. And Willen's just like a really cool person. If you ever have the chance to talk to Willen, you should do so. That's what you should do. And also, thank you, Rissa, for posting in announcements. I appreciate it very much. What else did I want to do? There was something else I wanted to say. Yes, we also have a merch store, and we have this new round of merch that's coming in. And I'm not wearing it right now, but we've got... Oh, I put that one thing away. But we've got, like, this really great notebook, which is lovely. All of it is all sort of in-world merch with all the Royal Drinaxian Expeditionary Force gear. So if you want that, you can do that. It's over at Fourth Wall. Also, Fourth Wall allows you to gift giveaways if you wanted to. If you wanted to give stuff to other people, that's awesome. So I'm not going to introduce the players yet. Instead, I'm going to take a bit of a detour because my players do not know this part. Those of you who are at my stream on yesterday know this, but those of you who weren't don't know it. And I'm going to tell you all because there's such a cool thing. Okay, so I told you that I was working really hard on to get this one bit of merch done before the window closed, and I was able to get all of the files done and sent off. And unfortunately, I'm still waiting on Fourth Wall to get a hold of me through. Anyway, I don't think it'll be out by the 18th of April, but you'll get it soon. Anyway. This is what it is. But this is not the best part of the story. So what I'm going to be, this is my printout. This is like, when you actually get the actual version, it'll be like really good paper and all, it'll be like cool and all this, but this is what this is. What is this? It's a travel planner, for the Gamblers, right? And it is, the Imperial
Traveler Planner.
It is, right? There's a little puntasticness there. It's like a little, it's a calendar, but that's not the cool part. So if you have ever picked up the book, Traveler, the Pirates of Drinax campaign book, it is set in the year 1105, which is one of the standard years that you can play Traveler in. There are a couple different standard years, and that's one of them, 1105. And we started this campaign on day 1 of 1105. How cool is that, right? So anyway, I'm running around working on writing the booklet for the divination deck, which, by the way, that is finished, and Rockhead is doing doing the graphic. That's coming too. So excited. Anyway, so I'm working on it, and I was like, oh, there are 12 colors. Oh, wait, 12 colors like the 12 signs of the zodiac. oh, I bet they have a color. I bet that's what they do. I bet they don't have like astrological signs like Cancer or Gemini or whatever. I bet they have colors. Like you're born, like each month has a color, and the month you're born in is your color. And there's like a cool thing. It's like, oh, that's so neat. Oh, cool. Huh. Oh, wait, how long is the Drinaxian year? 48 days. What? So anyway, I was like, working it all out, and I thought that was pretty neat. So I have a spreadsheet with all the dates, and I put in my spreadsheet the Drinaxian calendar, and then I put in all the colors as it would set up. I, figured out the year, did all this stuff. By the way, Ari, you'll find this interesting. The day that the gambler showed up on Drinax, the day that Terrica's mother was killed, but more specifically, the day that Terrica slapped their mother, was Rose, and we're in a flip year.
It was Rose?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And in the flip year, so Rose is the color of nurturing, right? It's husbandry, right? It's thrive and wither. So like people who are nurturers, parents, doctors, people who care tend to wear pink. But if you throw pink at someone, like if you slap someone in the middle of a gangplank, it means you're basically accusing them of grievous harm and being like a terrible caretaker, that sort of thing. So that was the day, that was the color that we were in when that happened. How cool is that?
I love that so much.
Mantled her with a rose.
I know. So you don't really want to, giving people a pink rose doesn't mean the same thing on Drinax. Anyhow, so I thought
you can share that bit of information the next time she possesses you.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes. Right. Yes. Yeah.
What is giving somebody a pink rose otherwise? Because it sounds bad.
It is bad.
Okay, I'm going to use an Urban Dictionary.
Oh, I don't know in the real.
Well, here we go.
Urban Dictionary. In Urban Dictionary.
Here we go.
Severance, Cord, you got to post that in our chat.
All right.
I want to know the answer.
You got it because it sounds bad.
I think it's like gratitude and admiration. I think that's pink.
I give somebody
red is love.
Yeah, an Urban
friendship.
Dictionary. Yeah, I think that's got to be.
Not on Urban Dictionary. I'm sure Urban Dictionary is some kind of sex thing.
Pink
everything
rose?
On Urban Dictionary is a sex thing.
Uh-huh.
I gave someone a pink rose.
Hey, there it is.
And you're like, oh.
Cord, when you're done with that one, look up brown mantle.
Don't do it.
You got it.
So,
I will gladly be the volunteer to. I'll Urban Dictionary it. Don't worry, I'll do it.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So then I was like, oh, so when I decided what year it was. I was like, oh, they probably reset their calendar when Drinax becomes a kingdom, so it's the year 19,047. I worked it all out, worked out the dates, it's all great. But then I was like, oh, but Lindy is playing a Terran, a Solomani. So I should probably also put on my spreadsheet the Solomani dates, right? Then I was like, oh, I wonder what year it is. Because in case you don't know, Traveler is set in the real world, kind of, or at least like it's our Earth.
A long
does
time
happen,
from
right?
now. A very long time from now.
In the big future. So I was like, I wonder what year it is. So I was like, looking on the wiki, and the wiki says, oh, here's a formula you can use to translate the imperial year to the Solomani year. Because the Solomani don't use leap years, but they do, but Solomani still, the Imperium does not use leap years, but the Solomani still do. So there's been drift, like day one of the imperial calendar is no longer January 1st because of the drift over time. So I'm doing the things and I'm like, oh, it's 1526. And I was like, 5626, 5,626. I was like, that's cool. But then it actually turns out that I was like, that doesn't look right. So then I looked on the wiki and there's like an entry for the year 1105 and they say that's 5627. I was like, oh, something's wrong here, right? So because I'm obsessive, there is one booklet, it's Aliens of Charted Space 2, which talks about the Solomani, which talks about when the Solomani Autonomous Region was dissolved by the Empress, which was 292 950, but they give the date both for the imperial date and the Solomani date, so you know that those two dates are the same. So then I made a spreadsheet and I tracked by individually each date from 292 950 to 001 1105. It was only like 150 something years, and I did all of the dates, so I found out exactly what the actual start date of the world is, which was April the 18th, 5,625. So that's where we start. And then I thought to myself, you know how years will sometimes there's repetition. So like this year is the exact same calendar as that year. Like it starts with the same day and month, right? So it's like, I wonder what year close to us is the equivalent of 5625, right? It's 2025, everybody. 2025 in the real world is the exact same calendar as 5625, which is when our game is set.
That's the nerdiest thing ever, and I love it. How did you do that? I know you just explained it. Don't do it again.
No,
That's crazy.
I looked up a perpetual calendar, right? And and I was like, wait, that means if I make a calendar for this year, starting on April 18th, it will be both in-game and in our world, and it will all be true. That means I have only 3 weeks to get this calendar together. It's canon, but also it's practical because you can use this, which is a real in-game calendar, but it also mirrors our own real thing.
Trevor, I don't mean to burst your bubble. The 18th is next week.
I know.
Okay, you said 3 weeks.
I figured it out on March 18th is when I realized this.
Okay.
Like in March 18th, I was like, wait, what? And then I had to scramble to get this together. But then I did. And my players, by the way, all answered a survey. So each of these has really interesting information about our PCs, including how they're the crew member most likely to ... For example, Evan is the crew member voted most likely to be a good boy. And
I thought that was for crew.
It's... Well, this is the
yeah.
thing.
Hey,
this is also,
who's that guy?
This is also the farewell to this this arc of art, right? Because I'm going to go and commission new art for season 7. So
we're firing Void. That's it, Void Smoker. You're out. We fired you. This is how we're letting you know.
Here.
Yep, and this is how we're telling you.
Forever. No,
that's right.
No,
thank you. It's been a lot of fun, Void. But but we're going to change. We're going on to somebody else. So thank you very much.
But what I wanted to say was the synchronicity was outrageous, right? If I hadn't been working on the divination book and just happened to look it up, I wouldn't have known this. And if I did it like a couple of weeks later, we would have missed the window. If we started this campaign next year, I would have missed the window. Or it just so happens I happened to look it up. We just so happened to be in the exact year that we would need to be in to have this actually parallel. And how is that for exciting and amazing, huh?
Everything happens for a reason, including in a fantasy cosmological way.
That's all I'm saying. And so I got all my work done. Now I'm just waiting for the printer to actually get the stuff done. I don't think we're going to get it by April 18th. I'm so sorry, but that's okay. You get a full year, and I'm hoping we'll get it before May. Right? And then you'll have the calendar, and then I get to write down everything we're doing, and the players do, and you get to know what color we're in, because I've got all the 3 calendars in there for you, so that when you're traveling from planet to planet, as you do in real life, you'll know which calendar you're in. So I just wanted you to know how cool that was. So that's me, your GM, Trooper SJP, who may have, by hand, brute forced all of the dates for 150 years because there's something wrong with me. And that's who I am. So now let me have my players introduce themselves. They have far less wrong with them. If you could say who you are and who you are playing, that would be lovely. Let us start with Cord.
Hi everybody, it's me, Mythematic or Cord. I'm playing Baron Severence. He, I think today he's going to actually be an official, Admiral. He's got a lot of titles. He's sort of a piece of shit, but he's getting to be a better person. He is a he is a clone that has gone rogue, or a rogue that has gone clone, but he is sort of a fake it till you make it character, and so far he's making it.
Okay, let's go next to Ari. Who are you and who are you playing?
Hello, I'm Ari_Ventures, and I am playing Terrica Elaine Lee Reppenhausen III. They are a pilot and potentially noble.
Maybe.
Potentially.
Well, we'll find out at the investiture. Speaking of being invested, Lindy, people are wanting to invest in your character. Who are you and who you're playing?
Oh boy. Hi, I'm Lindy. Laugh Love Lindy. Laugh Love Bad Investments, Lindy. Bad Investment, Lindy. I'll be playing Quint. Please don't invest in me, Vesper. And they are an ex-Solomani spy, former member of Cirque du Solomani, and had a funeral last week for ceremonial reasons, and it sucked. I mean, it was great, but it sucked for the character. For me, I was like, oh, that's so deliciously terrible.
Lindy loves terrible things. Speaking of terrible things,
Only sometimes.
Sure.
You take that back. Greg is a wonderful thing.
Okay, sure. Greg, who is the most where the wild things are, the most terrible of them all, who also is the best dancer at St. Bernadette's, and somebody who I adore more than anything. Greg, who are you and who are you playing?
You were in a nosedive and you swung it back around with the St. Bernadette's comment, buddy. All right. Hey, everybody. I am Greg. I am Warp Reactor over on YouTube. Tonight I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Morrissey, who is a completely, absolutely, he's very, very, very normal. And
Yes.
he's bringing normalcy throughout the galaxy and not at all mental anguish and emotional damage. But hey, everybody. It's Friday. Sit back, grab something to drink, toast everyone here for making it through another week, because friends, we are among friends for the next couple hours to travel and tell a tale. Everybody, it is the weekend. I hope you are. I know that we have a couple people still working, but if we do, home stretch, let's get to it.
All right. So we are, I have some group questions for a moment, but let us do a bit of a recap before we pull back the curtains. Our crew, they're on the planet of Drinax. They arrived. Now, actually, Severence and the Harlock have been on Drinax for a couple of weeks, but the Gambler arrived on Drinax on day 154, also known as Rose 3. They have been doing quite a few things. There's been some murder. There's been some looking at the surface. And they've met a lot of people, made some impressions. It is now, let's see, 154. So the last time we left off was the night of 161. So you've been here for a week. And that was a little over, was after the funeral rites for the quintessential Viridian. That's 2 nights after the state dinner. So I would like us to pick up the next day, which would be 162, Argent 3. Argent is the color of deep, deep mourning. They've had some funerals. So I would like just to pick up there. And I will note, it has now been 8-9 days since you have left. You still have some time if you want to get back to Torpal to pick up Corinne, because Corinne will be there for an entire month. So it's been about 2 weeks. I'll give it a couple more days. The Imperial month.
Okay, because I was going to say she's there for 4 days. She's there for 4 days. All right, great.
No, just 4 days.
We don't have a lot of time. All right, great.
So you've got a couple more days before you would have to leave to get back there in time. But there is a lot going on in this space, some of which you may care about, some of which you may not. I will tell you what I have on the plate that you know is coming up in the world itself, which is investitures. You have had, there are people here who need to be, there are ceremonies to be had. People need to be officially made the head of their household. Some people that I'm not going to mention who they are, but some people are members of one of the more significant households on Drinax, and both of their parents have been assassinated, but we don't know who that might be, Terrica. And, now we need someone to take over that household and officially become a noble, and a very important noble, and to walk in their mother's footsteps. And I'm certain they are very excited about that and all the implications. So that's cool. And Severance needs to have an investiture as well to become made officially the admiral of the expeditionary forces.
Yeah, I'm not self-proclaimed anymore, baby, but king-claimed, bitches. Oh, sorry, I missed it.
And there might be some people who might, need to be knighted officially. And people don't really quite know what to do with the doctor, because the doctor was married to a noble, but then that was a lie. That was sort of fraudulent, but no one's going to press charges. And so then I guess
good.
it's fine. But, well,
We'll
the
be
person who
fine.
would press charges is Terrica, because Terrica would be the one who would have been wronged in that situation. And apparently Terrica is not pressing charges, so I guess it's fine. People are like, that's weird.
Is it? Is it though? Is it?
But Terrica had no idea about the misdirection, according to the story.
More misdirection.
Yeah. They weren't the ones who
Sure.
started it. Definitely not them.
They definitely were not. Yeah. So, let me see. I would say to you that it is Argent 3. And the color after Argent is Mahogany, which is brown, which is the color of earth, wood, right? It is the color of funerals and, well, it's the color of like transition from this life to the next, or the next life to this life. So promotions, demotions, that sort of a thing. So I would say you're probably going to have your investitures on Mahogany 1, so in 2 days' time. So what are the things you would like to do before the investitures come? I have a list. I would imagine that you probably have started the technicians working on integrating the huge chunk of Viridian into the ship itself. Would that be accurate?
That is accurate. Is this? Yes, that would be accurate.
And I just want to double check that Val does not want to spend 3 or 4 times the cost to install the medical bay from Rachondo.
No, Trooper, I'll wait till season 12 before I think about getting my med bay. So no,
I mean, you just have to.
I've made it this far.
I mean, the thing is, you could just have it right now. It's just that you would have to pay Rachondo.
There's always a
extortion
reason
prices.
why I can't have it, but whatever.
I
I have all the money now, but now I
You
have a
have the- yeah.
dipshit that's whatever. So whatever.
Me for
I
money,
see
you
how it
couldn't
is.
pay
It's
it.
fine. That's all right. I will adjust my RP accordingly.
Two can play in that game. I mean, I can't wait to play.
So I think the big things that are sort of have happened is that you have had you had the reveal of the treasure globe, which was supposed to give you the location of the treasure, the imperial treasury of the old empire of Sindal. And it turns out that what you have is a piece of a code, and each piece of the code is probably one of these 4 different message globes, at least 4 that we know of. And you have 3 of the 4. So you have 4 of the pieces, and you have the special ducal code to decrypt the other ones when you get them. It is believed probably that the 4th globe is in the wreckage of the battle that's floating around Thebes in the Thebes system. And that the professor thought one of the globes was on number 1, but it turns out you didn't find it. So he's a bit disappointed in that. However, you did learn the location of probably a secret base on Noricum, the old capital of the empire. And the professor wants to go and investigate and find out what's there. And the king says that you all are not interested. So you have other missions to do. So you cannot take him with you to this place. So he's going to, but the ambassador is going to go to ship for him. The ship has to get here though. And so he can't leave Drinax just yet because you all are doing other things which don't involve finding out what's there. And I believe that's, and you also have Torpal and Clark who are really upset about being attacked by pirates in a bold way, because it was not ships, it's the planets themselves.
Right, an actual quest. Oops, yeah, I forgot about that one.
And the princess is like, if you can, and they've also put out like a massive, like multi-million credit bounty for these pirates. And that if you could get those pirates for those 2 planets, you would probably go a long way to help bring those planets back into the fold, right? Into because you all are trying to gather these planets to get them in the new kingdom of Drinax, and so things you can do to help those planets out will help you diplomatically. I will say there was perhaps some people who were very interested in what was going on. There is some suspicion that perhaps some pirates might have been snooping about. I just want to show you something because I feel like you might want to know, and I'm going to bring us all to the map space. So you have all the information you might want to think about before we, I don't know, do anything. So here we go. So here's your map of Drinax, map of the Trojan Reaches. And I'm going to center Drinax, which is right here where the gambler is, which is right there. Whoop. So if you look at this map, Drinax itself historically has, and I'm going to see if I can remember this correctly, I might be missing a few, but historically, the planets that were part of the old kingdom of Drinax were, if you look at Drinax, which is over there, Asim was part of the old Drinax, but it was called Asimov at the time. Kusai was also part of the old kingdom of Drinax. It had a different name. It has been renamed because the Aslan have taken it over. Porn, Hilfer, Pal, Sink, Bernie, that like this whole cluster from around Kusai down to about like here, right? The world, like all those planets were all part of the old kingdom of Drinax, and then also Torpal, Clark, and Blue. So Drinax did not have the entire area because it was only like a sector of the old Sindalian Empire, but all of those planets are the ones that were historically part of the Drinaxian kingdom. So those are probably ones to think about if you want to, getting them to join. However, if you can expand those borders, as you already have started doing with Marduk and Thebes and number 1. Now, I'll just note that those planets are not part of the old borders of Drinax, but this whole area is kind of messed up, and there are a lot of people who kind of need unity. But in terms of ancestral ties, that whole cluster right around Drinax that you can all hit with like 1 jumps, those little clusters are all part of the historical Drinax, just so you know about it. So Torpal, Clark, and Blue are part of the historical kingdom, but that was a while ago. Yeah, that was a while ago. So that, I believe, is all of the... I suppose I could say, let me see, is there anything else you want to know? Those kids are still on the planet. Those kids have booked passage, the 3 Pinkerton kids have booked passage on Sal Dancett's ship, which is a trading vessel, a free trader that often comes to Drinax when nobody else does, except for Rachando's ships. And on that ship, also booked passes on that ship besides the 3 Pinkerton kids, is also Evan, your steward, who's decided that he's leaving. He's just waiting for that ship to take off. A couple other people here or there. So, let me ask you all, what all would you like to do? What are your plans and agenda? You will, by the way, have gotten a message from the prince saying that he would like the Harlock to come visit him. So please, if you would, have the Harlock come and see her husband.
Right, that whole thing. All right, that was fun. It still is for me, for no apparent reason.
You don't have any, feelings or anything? So.
None whatsoever. What are those? What are those things?
Terrica can introduce you to feelings if you'd like. There's,
Was that my headphones were off?
Terrica can introduce you to some feelings if you'd like.
Do they know about the concept?
No.
I think it's best if I don't.
I'd love to do a montage and get a bunch of different things done for Terrica, but I don't want to take over, so if other people have stuff to do first.
Oh,
please take over. I can go get a beer. Please take over.
One small quick thing. Lindy.
Yes.
Your character went through a funeral, is that correct? Just the night before?
That is correct.
Yes. Where you severed your connection to the identity of the quintessential Viridian.
Correct.
Where the quintessential
Hey.
where the quintessential Viridian is dead, correct?
Correct.
Right. Could you please remove one of your psionic points permanently?
Yes.
Because you are
Yes.
no longer
I'm
connected.
excited.
Hey, you know what though? If you jump into one of your clone bodies, you automatically get a whole bunch of points.
That's only if I'm a clone.
Wait, what? You're not? Come
I don't
on.
know. I have to ask Val.
Man, I love that choice. I'm so sorry to take us out for a second, but I don't know if I spoke about it last time when we were giving love. But the fact that like you are giving Quint, you're pulling away from the psychic thing because we're all psychically connected. So like we have that very like I guess maybe we can do more text RP. I guess that's probably what you want. But it's the fact that like we don't have the we don't have that connection anymore is super awesome. And I just think it's so cool that now we have that like it's just a cool beat for us to play with, but also now we get to explore what it's going to be like.
Just less psionic.
Yeah, it's just great. I love it. I think it's so much. It's awesome. That's all.
So I suppose I'll go da 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 da. Right, you wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
There's probably breakfast.
Wake up in the morning, step on the kitchen, coffee and dishes. Exactly, that's the one.
Quint, you're feeling a little
Drained, sad, emotional.
hollow.
Yeah. Oh, definitely that. Yeah.
A kind of like a piece of your soul has been lost.
Yeah. Separated
Yeah.
too soon.
Yes. Let's have breakfast, everybody. Let's just start off with breakfast.
Woohoo!
Because I think I asked you all out of character what I do, but let's just have you talk about it in character, what you want to do for the next 2 days. Breakfast, everybody. Oh,
boy.
Evan's not there to make your breakfast. You have to make it yourselves.
Good thing we have a gourmet auto chef that I purchased at the very beginning of everything. So Evan's just not here to pick up the plates and bring them to our table.
Well, I mean, he made special custom stuff, but that's fine. Right, so you have basically Sue June making this, like, getting the, who's also the auto chef, right? Sort of making the food, but you have to go and pick it up yourself, obviously. And everybody gets what they normally get. There is no food for Quint prepared.
Okay.
There's no wait. Is Quint in the galley at all?
Yes.
Oh.
Your breakfast, everybody. I just
Did
interested
I
how
miss
the morning
something?
after is.
Why you don't have food, Lindy?
Oh, I think I'm figuring it out why.
No, I didn't do anything.
No, it's not you. It's
No.
all me. It's my
I think I
loss
know
of
what
a
it is.
psionic point. I severed
Greg, were
a
you here
psionic
for the
self.
last scene last week?
Greg
I
was
think
not
when-
here.
I left, man.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
he
You
doesn't-
should
What
go back
happened?
and watch it.
That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
because
Okay,
you were
okay. All right, cool.
technically
Yeah.
well,
You were there. Yeah,
Val
you were
was
there,
cardboard
technically
but-
there.
We
It's
should
like
probably
normal.
tell you.
I wasn't paying attention.
We should
right?
probably tell you.
Yeah, we should probably tell you.
We should probably let you know.
I'm not
Let's just
gonna do
replay
they're
it from the top. All right. So,
so-
as if it
I'll
was last
catch
time.
up. I'll catch up. It's all good.
No, say it. You gotta know. You gotta know. Lindy, say.
So, like, there was a performance on the Silks, but it used all my psionic points, all my luck, everything. And everyone who was psionic felt the emotions and the severing in that performance. So, and you probably would have especially felt it since you have Terran Viridian with you. So you probably
Yeah.
felt some weird wrenching.
It was the feeling like we shouldn't be watching what's happening in front of us. It was almost like a ritual was performed in front of us, but
Yeah,
to
it was
everybody
very
else it was a
ritual.
performance.
Yeah.
And we were like we left going.
It was
It made
interactive.
Severance
Yeah.
speechless.
It was
Yeah,
like
it
high
left me
school
speechless.
reunion.
Right.
Yeah,
It left Severance speechless,
Yeah.
if that says
Wesley-
anything.
he loved it.
And Wesley was a part of it. Like at the very end, Wesley
was.
like did a thing, and then Quint was unavailable for like the rest of the night.
Yeah, and it was imagine you were watching ritual suicide on stage, but everyone thought it was a
Jesus.
good performance.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
This
That's
is
the
what I'm
way I
saying.
wanted to describe it. That's
Sort of
that's
how
what
it
you
was,
saw.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically what
Yeah.
you saw.
And what you
but
want
not
to say
like
because
Jesus.
because you are connected.
Val seems completely unaffected by it. So as soon as you come in, Val will just
Absolutely.
Val will like slide like a coffee over to you and like
Hey, where's your
some
food?
Blasto and something and just go about his day.
Yeah.
Terrica though will hop up after there's like no food created for Quint, and they're
Wait,
gonna.
I just have to make this one thing. This one thing. It's important because I think that Greg needs to know it. Remember when Sue was in that really kind of weird confusion space because there's a lot of tugging between different people on the ship, and Sue was kind of shifting form between Ruby and then also kind of like a Rudolph Valentino figure, like they were like morphing between those things. When Quint was performing on the Silks, you could actually see that Quint was performing with this Rudolph Valentino figure. That you could see that this figure is sort of also the Terran Viridian that you're also connected to, and that this relationship was severed right there in this process as well. Go on. That's all I wanted to make sure that
You should
Greg
probably
got
still
that
watch
moment.
the scene to get all but that's like the lowdown quick gist. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, well, Val's not a
The spark
theater
notes.
lover, so Val will slide food over to you and
Some coffee. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
you were
then
literally
Terrica
a cardboard cutout,
won't try and make
like you were figuratively cardboard cutout because you weren't here, but you
we
you
called you a cardboard
actually
cutout.
maybe you actually printed a cardboard cutout and we're like,
Well,
Terrica will never
if
know.
there was a cardboard cutout, Terrica wasn't holding his hands. Let's just be real.
Let's go, Val.
it was
Come on,
Sue.
you.
It was June in the suit with a printed out picture on the helmet of me. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I was there. I remember everything.
I remember it all.
I wasn't
Yeah.
sleeping.
You hungry?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I'll take the cup of coffee, and I'll go to the auto chef. It probably takes Quint too long to figure out that there's not been food.
Well, I
But wait,
think
no, I
Terrica
don't
would.
I'm sorry. I still don't understand why food wasn't prepared for Quint.
That's a great question.
Uh-huh.
I think though,
You'd probably have to ask,
none of us
you'd
have the answer
Sue.
to that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
out of
maybe
character,
all the
I
food.
have an idea. In
I have
character,
idea.
no idea yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Same.
Terrica just, unless Val does this, Terrica would jump up and like try and work the auto chef to get Quint
You could just
some kind of
call
breakfast.
Sue.
No, Val will just make June make the food.
Right.
That's part of how it works. So
Nice.
Hey there, Valentine. What was it you wanted?
whatever Quint wants for breakfast.
Who?
Quint, what would you like for breakfast?
Just eggs, bacon, toast.
Ew.
Okay, June, from now on, every morning I get 2 breakfasts. One of them is eggs, bacon, juice, whatever, and then what I normally eat.
Well, all right, of course. Now, do we have a new crew member? Who is this?
I'm just eating for 2.
All right then. Excellent. And Sue sort of is not corporeal, right? Leans in, right, to just sort of give you a kiss on the cheek, but of course there's no corporeality. But that sort of gesture is there, and sort of walks right through Quint as if Quint doesn't exist.
Cool. Honestly, probably the smartest thing anybody could have done. Like, it's be off of Sue's radar.
If only that could have been like 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
When they were really murdering.
Uh-huh.
I think Terrica just like pulled out the chair for Quint and is just kind of they're really the real vibe that's probably coming off of Terrica right now is very much like a, hey, you're among family, like this is, you have a place, because after seeing the whole severed thing, they're trying to like give Quint a like, you're not alone kind of feeling.
It's pretty brutal. Quint would also be wearing probably like a white dress, like a riding dress type thing. So it's got like the slits with pants under it, and then like a brown shawl or something, like shrug.
A mantle.
Like a mantle.
A mantle.
mantle?
A brown mantle.
A brown mantle.
A brown mantle. It's so funny that you said that because that's literally what I'm wearing.
Hey.
And that's the joke we've been making this whole time. It's just
That's
about
all.
Lindy's shawl.
Just yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So, Quint, are you? Do you have any
Yes.
plans today to get to the Silks? I'm
not
eating with a
today.
fork, or this is definitely not a scissors. It's not a kid's scissors.
Yes.
Cut
No,
my
no, I
eggs
was
with-
not planning. You can use them for a while longer still. It's fine.
Why are there so many kid scissors on y'all's desk?
This is how we eat food
There we
here.
go.
I have kids. Cord.
No, I don't have an answer. It's called acting. Ari. Hello.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad.
Why do you not have scissors at your desk?
Because I don't have kids.
Professionalism.
I
I
thought
don't
we
either.
established that.
I don't either. I'm an actor.
I mean, if you know, I feel like in acting school they let you know that one thing that all actors need
You
are
need
children's
scissors.
scissors.
Just in case.
Yeah, it was
Because we
the first
won't
part
be
of my
able to do a
curriculum.
real
There was
job.
like, they were like, get these books, get these plays, get children's scissors. That was it.
Since you kids like to play pretend, get your kid scissors.
I mean, I've got like 8 pairs of scissors in this room. I mean, this is just the closest one at hand. So.
Okay, let's do some real acting here. Okay, so yeah, back to what I was saying.
Okay. So yeah, we're all in the. Terrica's leaning against Val.
We're in a very serious seat.
Yes.
Yummy. Were you going to work on some silks today, or what is it? What's
No.
for the next performance? Or what?
No.
Because
just
I
need
want you to
some-
have as much room as you can in the cargo hold.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think I'll be taking probably a week off.
All right. Okay, so you want me to leave them out in case you want to get back to it, or do you want to roll them up?
You can leave them out.
All right, perfect. All right, great, wonderful.
Thank
This
you.
is wonderful, soon. Who's this? Who am I calling them now?
Soon. Sorry, I was.
Well, you're welcome. Now, Captain, I'm reading life signals. I'm seeing in the books we've got a crew of. Would you mind updating the computer records on who exactly is in our crew? As it seems as if there's some discrepancies.
Who are they looking at?
Yeah, who is June looking
It's a
at?
captain.
Severance?
Yeah.
Severance.
They were addressing the
Ah,
captain, so Severance.
okay.
Yeah.
As I'm just staring, waiting, and then
Yeah.
I'm not
'Cause
sure.
I think
They're
Terrica would have
holographic, so
switched
I'm not
the-
sure if they're looking at me or the other way. All right.
Yeah, no, Terrica would have switched after they'd been in Drinax long enough. Terrica would have
Yeah.
switched captaining back
Yeah.
over to Severance.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
let me open up my paperwork here, which I.
Well, anytime.
Actually
You don't
can
have
do.
to rush. Anytime you want.
All right.
I
well,
just,
let me get to it.
I'm just noting more life signals on the ship, not all of them I recognize. So anytime you wish. I'd like to keep track of the comings and goings, make sure we don't have any unauthorized people. And if there are unauthorized people on the ship, then I should be able to say so. As, for example, yes, we have somebody who is requesting authors access to the ship right now.
Who?
Who is it?
Oh, it is the professor, but my understanding is, according to the records, he has not repurchased a ticket, so he no longer has access to the ship, although he is pressing the button mightily.
Oh my
Good.
god.
Well, I mean, we're gonna let him on, I guess. I mean, I'm not gonna. We're not
What-
going. We're not taking him off yet, are we?
Once you let him on, we're not getting him back off.
That is
That's
not a problem. You
You're
just
right,
say
maybe
someone
that-
off the ship wants to talk about grain prices, and he will leave.
Oh yeah, good point.
Sure, yeah, let him on. Let him in. Just, could you let him know that we're eating and we're in the galley, and if he wants food, he better order it now.
Oh, yes. All right, thank you. And, like, June disapparates after, like, sort of putting a hand on Val's shoulder that does not actually touch Val, but Sue is now
Then
just...
If I could add one
Yes,
thing.
please.
If Val's sitting there drinking his coffee and like
Yeah.
maybe going in for like a bit of a bagel or something like that,
Yeah.
when the hand comes down
Yeah.
on his shoulder, he reaches up and pats it.
Yeah. And it's when you do, you just use your left hand if I saw you correctly, is that right?
It's correct.
Is that not the Viridian hand?
It's my left. It's my left.
I thought it was.
Hold on, I gotta look up
actually-
Viridian hand in an Urban Dictionary.
Post it in
You
the chat.
actually, when you do, you actually feel June's hand on your shoulder. Like
He
June
doesn't
is
think a thing about it.
is like a holographic being, but when you actually feel like you feel it, right? Like as if it's not actually incorporeal. Just to let you know.
Thank you.
You have your food, and the next bit of food is brought for, well, is in the auto chef for Quint.
I'll go pick it up. Pull out my pocket to blasto. Put away the pocket to blasto. I don't put it on. I don't feel like to blasto today.
Terrica will look concerned.
You don't want it to blast off.
But then it'll be like that like look of concern, and then that just like whoop, everything's fine, you know, that they like do.
I'm looking at the ship's papers and everything seems to be normal. Unless there has been a change.
Well, your current ship's papers has all of the old crew, but currently Evan's not on your crew. Karina's may or may not be on your crew. You have Malcolm now, who is not yet added. The Harlock is not technically here, but you know, it's just like
okay, yeah. So things should just be updated.
Yeah.
Right, perfect.
It's not too long when the professor shows up, and more food has sort of come out of the auto chef, and he's like, "Oh, it's so good to see you all. I'm so happy to be back here on the Gambler. Oh," and he just goes and he picks up this breakfast and he sits down next to you all.
Oh yes, hello. Yes, enjoy.
Yes, well, I'm excited to book passage aboard your ship on our way to Noricum, so that we could have an adventure.
I thought that you were wanting to go on the faster ship.
Well, it's not actually faster. It would take quite some time to get here. And the ambassador says that he would go and send out word that a ship should arrive here to take me there. And it's an old scout ship, he knows. But I thought that why wait for a scout ship? If you are going, then I could just book passage. But after all, we're such good friends.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, Captain, but I didn't think we were going to Noricum.
Oh, me? Yes.
Yes.
I didn't think we were either. Where is he? What is our route?
But why wouldn't you want to go to Noricum? It's an adventure. There might be a secret base there. And we've been such a good team so far. We've talked so much about grain prices, and
you did that. I mean, I don't want to take any credit for the monologuing.
But wouldn't you be perhaps convinced to? I mean, if you would, then we could go shortly. Because after all, waiting for a ship to come and pick me up will take quite some time.
I'm just looking here at
but we're going the opposite direction. Terrica just says that super deadpan.
We're thinking of going to Torpal, right? That was like our next potential.
We're going to go to Torpal en route to Thebes, because that's where the other the globe is supposed to be. Now, Noricum is the system next to Thebes. If we could convince the professor to go in a low berth, maybe that could be doable, but no.
Right.
Maybe in a low berth, but otherwise, like, honestly, we don't want him either way. We want him to be on a wild goose chase to Noricum on a different ship at all. We don't want him with us.
Do it like we did on number 1, and he has no idea we have the globe. We're like, oh, it wasn't there. That's so weird, guy.
Oh no, whoopsie doodle daisy.
Markets. Oh.
Well, so the ambassador is quite happy to gather a ship for me. But the thing is that it would take at least 1 imperial month before I would even get there. It's a ship called the Confidence, is what he said, and it's a scout ship. Should be,
Does that ship sound familiar to me at all?
You are a former
scout. I used to be an Imperial Scout. Yeah, that's why I said if it's a scout ship, I might have heard of it.
No. which says to you something. What that says to you is, if you don't know the ship, that actually is quite a bit of information. And that information is, one of the things that happens is that people who are scouts, when they retire, they're sometimes given their scout ship.
Okay.
As like, if they do really, really well, when they muster out, if their service has been very honorable, they will be sometimes given their scout ship. And no, although you still took it, but mostly because if they give old retired scouts the scout ships, they can still sometimes call on those scouts to do stuff for the scout. You know, it's kind of like being the reserve.
Yeah.
And so your guess would be that this is probably some old retired scout who has one of their scout ships that is available, is what I would say.
I'll speak note of that as he mentions it.
So it's just that in order for that scout ship to get here, we'd need to get messages out, and that'll take at least a few weeks for the message to get out, and then it'll take some time for whatever this scout ship is to come here to Drinax to pick me up. And I just feel like we're on the middle of a great adventure. And wouldn't you just want to just pop on over to Noricum and we could just go and see what the adventure is? You know?
We don't want him to come with us, right?
Right now, no.
We don't.
Val stands up and he says to the professor, Professor, nobody wants to be rude and tell you this, but we're not supposed to tell you this, but I personally don't care. The king has asked us to do something before we go on the adventure, and it's something that we cannot talk about, and it's something that's going to take longer than the 4 weeks that you would wait here for the ship to come in. They're trying to not give away the king's confidence. I don't care about that. I care about you, Professor, and I don't want you waiting around here when the adventure is out there.
Val, please be careful with the wordage.
I know, but this is our friend.
Right, of course.
I would like somebody here to make a deception roll, difficulty 4.
I would like to do it first and help him.
Yes, please. He doesn't. Difficulty is 4, and you get a boon for so many reasons.
For so many reasons.
The professor's ability to read people.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
You want to
Me
roll
too,
first?
Professor. Me too. All right, so let me...
Are you helping me?
Yeah, I have to roll a deception.
And that'll be social.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Add a +3 to your roll.
+3 with a boon. Let's see if I can still fuck this up.
Yeah, fuck it up.
Do it.
Yeah, no, you were good.
Close.
He looks oh, bother. Oh. Now, by the way, this is an exceptional success. So just please note you are succeeding with a bonus, right? You can tell me what that bonus will be as you wish. Oh, what?
I want him to understand that we are trying to protect his feelings and that we love him very much and we are his friends, but we can't bring him.
If we weren't on
If
this
it was up to
super
us.
secret mission, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll
It also
run
could just be
into
too
it in the
dangerous
future.
for him.
Yeah.
You know?
We're not going to say that though.
Okay,
No,
we won't say
yeah,
why would we
that
say
would be-
Never
that would
mind.
be rude.
He doesn't have
the
a
professor
danger
has
sense.
shown us
The
anything.
man was literally part of a pirate exchange, kidnapped by pirates, and he didn't realize he was in danger. He doesn't
I was
know
gonna
what
say,
danger is.
You're right.
If the professor has shown us anything, he's shown that he is a man of danger. So we want to make sure that
A man
we
of
don't
putting
play
us
into
in
that
danger.
hand.
A man of unknown danger.
Right.
Oh, well, you're going to take quite some time. Oh, well.
It's important that you don't tell anyone else.
Oh, heavens.
Right?
Why
Because
wouldn't-
we're
No,
not supposed
yes.
to.
No. Oh, that's
Just before Val quits the galley, he will drop a hand onto the professor's shoulder and squeeze it a little bit and say, "I will miss you, my friend." And he leaves.
Oh no, you've planted the seed.
Oh, yes. Well, I imagine I can spend some time with my new paramour until a ship comes. He stands up and he goes, I want to say that I will. It has been an honor.
Wait, what?
He has a paramour. Who is it?
Oh,
It's
It's the reporter, isn't it?
No,
it's the
that
reporter, isn't
sketchy
it?
pirate lady who tried to steal Severence last time at the dinner.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that's
Spins
worse,
back around
you
leaves.
guys.
That is worse than the reporter, yes.
That is so
Fucking-
much worse.
There's this lovely woman I met at the state dinner 2 nights ago. I've spent every night. Well, we've spent some time together.
Congratulations.
I'm gonna go
Professor.
run some errands. And
Run a
Terrica
license
like
at grade, you know what I
rises
mean?
and leaves.
And he's going to just start eating. He's like, well, I'm going to miss each and every one of you. But when I get to Noricum and find out what the secrets are, if I see you again, I will let you know. I will let you know exactly what
please.
all the secrets are.
Please do keep in touch, Professor. We had so many
yes.
wonderful talks throughout the
Yes.
months of traveling
Quint.
together.
I have something for you.
Oh, Professor, you shouldn't have.
No, I'm going to give you a gift. Because of all the time we've spent together and how you've proven yourself to be, well, here. And he hands you a book.
Like
a
a
nice-
paper and
No,
leather
it's
bound?
digital.
Oh, digital,
It
okay.
looks like that, but when you open it's has affectations, so it kind of looks like a paper book, but when you open it up, it's
Okay,
actually a
okay.
digital screen on the inside.
Okay.
I want to give you a book as a thumb drive.
Yes, I know, right?
Yeah. It's a nice e-reader, and he goes, "This I think you'll quite appreciate and enjoy. I think if you well for you.
Thank you
you
very
know-
much, Professor.
Yes, I am, after all, an expert on not only grain prices of the first Imperium,
Yes.
the Zero-Circa, but also Sindal. I've been studying Sindal excessively. Well, anyway, for you, please don't read it all at once.
I will do my best not to, Professor.
And then he sort of takes one piece of toast, and he gets up and he leaves, a little bit sad that he's going to see all of the adventure and you won't, because he'll be,
Because we're going to be getting there first. Oh.
You may not be, you are probably surprised by what's on this thumb drive, or not. It is his dissertation, and all of his articles that he's written. There are thousands of pages,
Yeah.
and many of those pages are tables.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
This might shock you, but he's quite a dry writer. His writing is just very dry. But yes, it's just a lot of
Just condensed information. Because
Oh,
it's
I
so
wouldn't
dry,
call
it's
it
not
condensed.
flowery. Oh.
I wouldn't call it condensed. It's not flowery, but I would say that it's a little bit excessive in its detail. So much so that maybe sometimes the
Well, Quint
yes.
would take excessive in detail over flowery when it comes to this kind of info.
Yeah.
Thousands of pages, terabytes. I'm putting this down.
Yeah.
Of data.
Yeah. It's a
And
lot,
an e-reader
actually.
that opens like a book. Quint is trying to play it cool, but looks a little touched because, for the
Yeah.
audience, Quint has only received like 2 genuine gifts ever. So, yeah, it's kind of a big deal. For him
Yeah.
right now. Love it. He's trying to
And,
play it cool. But
then
it's also like terrible data.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's it is his thesis is on the logistics, the Volani logistics during the 5th Interstellar War. And I don't know if you have any problems with insomnia. If you do, this will help.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So he's you'll have to explore what's all in there, but
Oh yeah. Well, don't worry. We're gonna be in jump space. I'll have plenty of time.
yeah. But he's given you some very hard to find things in there too, that I'm sure you
I
care
bet.
about.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
No, Quint it is gonna weirdly cherish this e-reader and hope there's
But the
space
e-reader
for other
also
things
looks like
too.
an old book, though. It's like leather
yeah.
outside, and
And
yeah,
Quint loves that because Quint loves
Yeah.
actual physical books.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
yeah.
Quint's just gonna go cry after breakfast a little bit and then be fine.
Yeah. Because you wanted so much, so we wanted to give that to you.
I did spend the most time with him.
Yeah. I believe if we everybody's left. That's just it's just Severance in the galley.
I'm still eating with my scissors. I mean, eating with my utensils.
Right.
Yes.
And Malcolm comes up right out, and he's like, "Oh." And he sort of nods, and he sort of gets his food, and he sort of smiles at you, Malcolm.
Mal.
Yeah. Yes. Which I'm glad that you decided to take me on, sir.
Is it all right if I call you Mal?
Anything you want, sir. Of course. Yes.
Right. What were you saying?
Oh, that it's an honor. But do you think that we could get the Walker, Hexus Ranger, fit in the cargo bay, do you think?
I would love to. The Hexus...
He's gotta build his own. That was the deal.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fight some people to get that on the Drinax Gambler.
Of course we can.
Oh, excellent.
Thanks,
I will head out and speak to Chieftain Galax to see if we can get it transferred up here.
This is a foldable thing, right?
No, it's a huge walker.
Oh, I thought it was foldable. I
So
thought we
we
can
said
like
he
fold
had
It's gonna
into a
it'll
square.
take over so much of our cargo space.
We won't
so
have
much of our
space
cargo
to pirate.
space. Yeah.
Yeah, but we could stick it on the. Don't we have? No, the stealth
No.
ship's there.
Yes.
Yeah.
We really don't need
We
this.
already talked about
Yeah.
this.
I know. I
And the
remember.
answer
I remember
was-
us talking about it, but for some reason in my head, I was like, it still can be stowable. Can we take it apart
Well,
and
I
put it in
wouldn't take it
Harlock's
apart.
room whenever I figure out that Harlock's not there? No, I'm kidding.
It'll just take up some of your space, your very small amounts of space.
Okay, and now I'm getting a lot of don't do it energy from Trooper. Okay, great.
I would say do it.
I know you would. And I'm thinking, well, I do want the Walker Hexus Ranger.
Yeah,
At
you
least
should
in a place
bring
where
it up.
I have an idea. Let's store it in my quarters.
Oh my god!
fit.
It won't fit. It's so big.
No, not on the ship.
Oh,
Oh.
on the
Here
Drinax.
in Drinax.
Oh well, I will go off and try to organize with the Chieftain Galax to
The
see if we can get it.
tackiest lawn ornament.
I mean,
To
we
get
do
it
have
brought up
now
here.
some silks that aren't being used. I'm just saying, we could, for a couple of days.
He's going to get up and head out to see if he can organize getting the walker up here.
This is like the box. Remember the box and the crate from
What's the box?
What's the box? The crate from when we went down to whatever planet that was.
Mm-hmm. You still have the. You
the
still have
contents of
a.
it.
You still have
What
a
planet was it?
smuggler's box, actually.
Yeah, but what was the
From
when we
Marduk?
was- Marduk, yes. When we were on Marduk and we had that whole survival thing, and everybody's like, "No,
Yeah.
you can't. Don't bring the
No.
crate." And then I was like,
But then it was useful.
"Look at this. You're welcome." So I feel like this is one of those things. I feel like the Walker, we're gonna be like, "Oh
Could
man,
be.
we're gonna get to Thebes and be like, oh darn, I wish we could somehow get through this swamp." I'll be like, "Well, darn, I wish we had a Walker." Okay, I
The
guess we're
stealth
not.
ships.
I guess this isn't going to happen. Well, anyway, all right.
It might.
Fine.
Well, you just told Malcolm to get it done, so he's on his way to start working on
Yeah,
it.
no. I'm gonna tell him to try to see if we can. Have him put a hold on it because I think like just narrative wise, I already have my papers open, right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to also like I'm eating my food with my Drinaxian scissors, my Drinaxian utensils, and I'm getting work emails on my iPad, so that's distracting. And then I'm now, so as I'm like looking through the paperwork and the roster and the manifest of everything, I'm starting to then see that we don't have the room. I'm now
Well,
seeing
you do.
like
You'll just have less cargo.
we do
space.
have the room, but I'm now going, oh, right, we don't have the cargo space for what we would want to do. We
You're
do
also
have
gonna
the
be losing
room
some
for it. I
cargo
wasn't
space.
expecting it to be as huge as it is
Well,
presented.
It's a couple D-tons is what it is, right? And
Right, and we have
you
20.
have like 29.7, but so basically 29. However, you're going to be getting a med bay, which is going to take up
Not
some of that
bad
space.
from memory. Okay, right. And well, we're not getting a med bay yet.
Not
It's
yet.
on its way. We need to get to
So-
Thieve to do it. And that is
No, you can get a
No.
med bay much earlier.
right now if we
Yeah.
Val just doesn't. Val just
You
does
get
like the
a-
next time you get to any kind of
get
like
one on Torple.
high tech port.
Because that's
Yeah.
a B level.
Oh no,
Yeah.
we gotta go to Thieve. We gotta go to Thieve to get rid of our for our
Yes.
our transponder. Right.
Yeah, you can
We're
absolutely
going
get that. You
to
can
Thebes first to get the globe.
you can absolutely get the med bay put in on Torple, no problem. Torple's got a Class B starport, and they won't charge you 12 million credits for something
They
that is
won't.
not worth 12 million credits.
Okay, just so I have, thank you for this wonderful meta info, because I would have just been like, yeah, no, fine. But yeah, so this is probably good. But the Hexus Ranger, where is the Hexus Ranger right now?
It's
Is it on
down where
planet still?
your people can use it.
Yeah. Oh, then let's
Yeah,
keep it
I think
there.
that's
Yeah,
that was the point, right? Was
that's what
that
I
we
thought.
were
Yeah.
so that they could
Letting
keep
them-
using it.
I thought he was like, hey, what are we going to do about this thing I brought in parts? He told me not to bring it.
No.
No, he
Yeah,
just
okay,
wants
great.
to have it because he's got a.
Because
He's
he's
never been out
trained
from
in
the
it.
surface, and he
It's
doesn't
pretty
know what
much
it's
like
like out
he's
there.
like a knight, and that's his horse. And now he's like, hey, I'm knighted now.
We're space knights now.
Can I have my
okay?
horse?
No.
I get it.
Yeah.
Right.
And we're gonna give them the Greebs too on our way out. So they
Who
can
the
also
Greebs?
help your the
Okay, who
Greebs
the
that we
Greebs?
have in our give your people down on the planet's surface the Greebs because they
Yeah.
can really use them.
All of
the
Greebs?
Vespexers.
The Vexpectors.
All right, they're meat eaters though. So this is
Yeah, they already have Greebs, so they're used to that.
But yeah. And they're also
Well, they don't have Greebs on Drinax.
I thought they did. I thought they had a couple.
they're an
They had a couple
invasive
of other
species.
different. They have different
They're an
animals.
invasive
Yeah.
prey. Carnivorous
But
prey.
But there are weird bug creatures and stuff, so they could feed the.
That are
those to the
dangerous.
Greebs. Greebs aren't picky.
They're a very anyway.
But I will
They'll live
say,
off paste.
so here's the thing about
invasive
Greebs.
cattle animal.
Greebs are quite hardy, so having some livestock that's they're kind of like camel giraffe
Right.
cattle.
Lizard camels.
Yeah, they're creepy. Yeah, so having something like that that
Void
could probably
Smoker,
live.
I'm really looking at you for this one. Or Josh, if you're here, just come on. Greebs? Anyway.
So basically, right, that Greebs could probably actually live on the surface. They could probably actually survive on the surface, and that might be useful for them.
That's why they're an invasive species. They can like
Yeah.
once you put one down, they're like ivy.
Forever.
Right. Good Grievous. You know, that's what they say.
Good
Good
Grievous.
Greeby. Yeah, good. Yeah, General Grievous. Yeah. Anyway, we can probably part with a couple of the Greebs. We have 4 left, I think. Last time I looked at my map of, I really have to remake a map of.
You've got a
cargo
D-ton's
space.
worth of Greebs, is what you have.
Right.
Yeah. So she's got like 10, like 8, 9, 10 of these Greebs hanging out, just taking up space.
A small gaggle.
Just looking there, eating.
Yep, they do
Flesh.
take. We do, yes. Right. So I will talk to. I'll talk to Malcolm, and I think I will either call him back or before he leaves, I will say, I think it's best if the Walker Hexus Ranger stays on the surface for now. I know it is yours as much as it is mine, and it pains me that we must leave it, but currently in our current endeavors, we will not be able to fit it into our stores. We could, if it was to make it up here, store it in the castle, but that's sort of a waste of space, because I think it'd be better used down on the surface. I understand if you wish to go back to the horse you rode in on. It's a Terran saying that I picked up. But I understand if you wish to go back and continue your training and to actually serve the people and the Vespexers of Drinax. But the stars
I want to
for you
serve
as well.
you.
And I serve the king, and the king serves the people. So we should very well. So without further ado, you are dismissed, and we cannot bring the Hexus Ranger, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's probably like the walkers are probably like 3 to 4 D-tons, so you'd lose about like 4 D-tons worth of space in your cargo hold.
That's not a lot, considering you have 29.
You know.
Okay,
But
but
piracy.
yes, we have to
Let's
because
loot
when
we
we're
can
going from like place to place, we're not necessarily going to be able to sell everything at the next port that we hit. We might have to hold on to some cargo for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I have
like
a workaround.
like the Greebs.
Is there a way, going back to what Cord said earlier about the potential for a walker to be able to like fold up and take up less space? Is there a way that maybe like Wesley and Val and Malcolm could like work together to figure out, even if it's like taking the legs off while we're traveling and putting them back on like a day before we get there? You know what I mean?
Right.
Just whatever we can do to like maximize space, hang it from the fucking ceiling, do whatever,
Yeah, I mean that's still going to take up about 3 to 4 D-tons, and the problem is you already
Right,
have
because
a
the space
clamp.
is still space. Yeah.
Yeah, and you already have a clamp on the
gotcha,
outside of your ship for the Camlin Viper. If you didn't have the Camlin Viper attached to your ship, you could have clamped it on the outside to that. But
I totally get it because I mean, like this game is too super about logistics and resource management, which is super fucking cool. So I totally get being like, oh, and this is sort of what's great about Travelers, these sort of scenes where you don't usually get in like D&D and such, because it's not like we don't have enough cart space. That never really happens. So it's fun now in here to be like, okay, so how do we get this to work? I guess we have to leave it. But I do think.
It's also, do you want to take that away from the Vexbexers when they were actively using it on a regular basis?
It was mine. Yeah, that's true. And I think.
I mean, it is still yours. You can still have it, and you come back and settle down. It's
and it's
not
also
going away.
I am a hero down there, and I think it's also like it's a huge deal that the Hexus Ranger is down there. It's like having whatever the.
It's like
silver.
Michael Knight leaving Kit.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's how old I am. Could maybe there's a way for Malcolm, like we talked about it before, to build his own.
And we were okay with that.
Yes.
Walker.
That
is like streamlined. It's not made out of like
Yeah, like a Padawan building their own lightsaber. It's sort of like this here where
that was
it's
what
like
the agreement was.
Yeah, that was what we had.
So let's retcon this entire scene. He comes in and he's like, "Hey," and I'm just gonna make this up, and because you're the DM, and I'm now gonna be like, let's redo it. But
fine.
I guess doesn't really matter. I could call him back and be like, "Hold on, wait a second."
Yes.
Record
Sir
scratch.
Severance.
Yes. We're going to leave the Hexus Ranger. This was the. I'm sorry. I've got my nose is buried in the manifest. I've got to update everything. So I've been I'm all over the place right now. The Hexus Ranger is probably due to stay down on the surface, but I do think it is your skills are best, and I think you understand, are best utilized on a walker. We will do what we can on our missions here to pick up the parts we need for you to build your own. How is that?
All right.
Customized for you. It wouldn't be my horse you need. It would be your own. Raised from the ground up, like a true knight of the Vespexers.
All right. Well, but could we have a compromise?
Yes. What is it?
Well, I can go off and organize to bring these Greebs down to our home, our shelter. But while I'm down there, so I'll have to bring the Greebs down there.
Yes, of course.
What about if I brought back your drone? The one that you used to save us all. The defender of the Poison Gate. I could bring that.
And how big is that? How big is a drone?
It's not that big, right? It's like a little,
Like a little one? Or like Green Goblin's wing thing?
Little
put it in your bedroom.
Yeah, you can put it in your bedroom. It's not that big.
Drones.
It's like
you are my
yours.
apprentice, and I think my safety is best. There's been assassins up here, and there's been assassinations as of late, and though I think it is best that you stay by my side. You are my apprentice, yes, or were?
Squire, yes. But I wanted to help. I could take care of these logistics, and I could, when I'm bringing the Greebs down, I could bring your drone back. And you haven't had it with you for
I don't
years.
plan on moving the Greebs just yet.
Oh, all right. Well,
I have use for them. There could be some that can go if you really wish, but we can utilize the Greebs.
All right.
Wait. Yes. Maybe not. Maybe. I'm going to, Val, could you meet me in the galley? Oops. Damn it. Sorry.
And Sue's like, just got to press that button right there, Sam. Right there.
This one. I fumble with the, yeah. Anyway, so,
Yep. And remember, Malcolm is the guy. He's like mid 20s, mid late 20s. Looks pretty young, except that, I mean, he is pretty young. He's grown up on a blasted, irradiated planet, so he looks quite scarred and miserable. But you know,
right. Yeah. Looks pretty irradiated. Yeah.
Yeah. And his hair's like kind of like bleached out in an unhealthy way. And just remember, those Greebs are taking up 1 D-tons worth of space. That's all.
People take 1 D-ton worth of space?
No, the Greebs are taking up 1 D-tons worth of cargo space. Yeah.
Not bad at all. Okay. And I think when Val walks in, there's still Malcolm here. I go, Val, question about the Greebs, concerning the Greebs. I know that there was talk about us potentially moving some towards planet side for the Vespexers, but also I feel like there may be some, what's the word? We may have some use for them when we're out in the... Thought so. Very well. Are you nodding because you are trying to understand what I'm saying, or are you nodding because you wholeheartedly agree?
Whichever one helps you out in this situation. Do we really just... He's unsure if he's trying to, like, say something to get Malcolm to believe him, so he's trying to, you know... We want to keep the Greebs, Admiral?
Wesley pops up,
and we're both reading each other, and there's this awkward moment of us going.
And then you hear Val in your mind. Do you want to keep the fucking Greebs or not, man? Are we?
And this is what you hear back. Hard time.
I'm on comms. Just let me know, and I'm going to be out in the palace. Just let me know.
Yes,
I'll take you whatever you need.
We'll talk about it. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
As the door and the iris close. I think they're meat eaters. This could be very good for us if we needed to dispose of, let's say, I don't know, meat.
I'll be pro Greebs from now on.
Or should we just get rid of them and not worry about that?
I don't feed them, take care of them, or think about them. So I'm the last person to, you know, champion them. But if you think that we can use them as a garbage disposal for space garbage, then sure.
Quint, I have a question for you in the galley.
Quint would come into the galley, leaving the book in in her room.
There's a plate of maybe a couple more bites on as I'm still sort of sitting.
Yes.
We're having a bit of a discussion about the Greebs. I know that we've had talks before about getting rid of them. And yes, it is a bit of a frustration trying to sell them. But also, you see, they're taking up. I'm looking at I've had my nose in the paperwork for a while, and it seems that they're taking up a 1 D-ton of storage,
they sure
which
are.
isn't too much out of 29. And also, they are meat eaters.
They are, yes.
So I was thinking, do we need a garbage disposal at all?
Is Malcolm still there? Or is he left already?
No.
Malcolm left to go and he's walking around the planet. He wants to go see the chieftain and he's trying to get.
If it's just the three of us, then Quint will be like, how many people?
The planet? Are we on the planet? Are we on the floating palace?
Floating palace. I meant the palace. He's like,
whew. I was like, well, hold on. I missed the loading screen. Okay, all right.
I missed a loading screen.
All right.
Quint's like, how many people do you plan on fucking murdering that we need to have?
Me, 0. But you, not sure. Val, not sure.
I think Severance is saying it's better to have a Greeb and not need it than need a Greeb and not have it.
I agree.
Well, one Greeb is enough for one body.
Then you need a friend, and then you can't just have them. Then you're gonna need to get a third one.
Greg would
No,
like to interject right now.
Two are fine.
Greg would like
If you
to
have to
roll
keep
us all
one.
back to before the game, and we talked about all these great things where we wanted to go and do, and we've had the Greeb discussion.
You can also just space people out the airlock. Just side note.
Yeah, which is Quint's like if we need to really destroy all evidence, no one's sifting through Greeb poop in space, but also not many people are looking for chopped up body parts either. Like, I can dismember a body real fast and turn it into pulp. This is all,
Well, again, you just said the magic words. We live and work in space.
Space!
We can throw them outside like they do on the Expanse. No one's ever found, and they didn't find people in the Expanse when they went floating outside.
Space is big.
Space is big.
Could you meet us in the gallery?
I do not think we need them. I think we have
Terrica-
other ways to dispose of meats.
Terrica doesn't respond unless that was an off-ship ping because they've already left the gambler.
It's an off-ship thing, but you've got your personal comms.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Then their response is you see them like if they like flick it up, they're like walking through the palace and they're like, "What do you need?"
I'm having a discussion about the Greebs and whether or not we should keep them. Who's around you? Am I on speaker?
And Terrica will like put their little like earpiece thing in, and they're like, "You were on," and they'll flick off their visual, and they're like, "You were on speaker. Why? I thought we were going to give them down to the Vespexers. Why are we even talking about this?"
Quint comes in. It says, "Please tell them not to keep the Greebs."
Terrica then.
I'm having a.
Although we don't need them.
What's that? Are you getting a message? Is that what this is? Is that
What?
that was?
Yes, I got a message.
All right.
Just get rid of the Greebs. Severance, why are we spending...
Okay, well, I've grown to like them, and also they're like a disposal. We can just get rid of things, and I'm worried that if we were to get rid of, we could always. I'm not on speaker, right? You have me.
No, you're not. You're not on speaker. But I see where you're going, and it's.
I don't.
There are many ways.
I just have the audio around at this moment.
First off, we're not going to need to be able to do that. And even if we did need to be able to dispose of something, there are many ways to handle that. And thirdly, I will get you a stuffed Greeb. And then Terrica ends the call.
It's not the same.
Like a Greeb plushie.
Not the same. All right.
Let's vote. I vote we keep the Greebs.
Okay, right. Well, we can have our vote. Just give me 1 second. The Harlock, if you're on the Harlock.
Harlock, hello.
Wait, I'm getting something. The Harlock said that she would like to vote to keep the Greebs as well.
Harlock's no
Two for
longer
the
on
Greeb.
board.
What?
Harlock's no longer on board.
Neither is Terrica.
Doesn't matter. You share a powerful connection.
And Wesley walks in to get food. He's like, "Oh, I don't want to keep giving them slop. I'm the one who have to clean those up. We're getting rid of the Greebs, right?"
You want us to get rid of the Greebs?
Yes.
All right, it's settled. All right, fine. That's enough. That's enough of a vote. All right, we'll get rid of
Wesley.
the... All right.
Val walks, as he's leaving the room, he walks by Wesley and says, "Look what you've done."
And I'll walk right past Wesley and go, "A very good thing." And
Terrica,
What? Yeah.
Next.
What? Yes.
I just wanted to update you and let you know that we are going to get rid of the Greebs. So we're going to go to the stable in the
Severance.
ground, not the sky, because it's in the... Yes, what?
Severance.
Yes.
I am saying this with as much patience as I can muster right now. I do not care, but thank you.
All right. Duly noted. Thank you. All right. Well, I just thought you should know. Thank you. All right. Enjoy whatever you're doing. Do you want me to?
What?
You want me to keep them around for when you're back, so you could say goodbye to them, or you don't?
What, the Greebs?
Yes.
Severance, I am about to go and take care of my house, the house of my dead parents. I need to sort through all of their things and figure out what to do with that. I don't have the capacity to take care of or say goodbye to Greebs right now.
You want to air your grievances?
Oh my God.
All right,
Terrica ends the call.
And
Quint will just say, we can just drop them off the planet when we head out to jump.
I don't kill them, Quint.
No, we can go down to the planet and park and then leave to go jump.
Right.
On the
All
way.
right. Perfect.
Yes.
Greeb parachutes.
Operation.
Trooping Greebs.
Go.
Just the little Greebs like.
Yeah.
So
Well,
let
we
me
do
ask
forget
you all,
that they have a membrane from their arms to their feet because as the creator of Greebs on the fly, let's just keep going with it.
Little green flying squirrels just
Yeah, like a flying squirrel camo lizard that are
Greebs are super creepy. I'm just saying.
The only way,
the
only way that we can send these out, this Air Force of Greebs to static line parachute down, I need to have Tom Hanks narrate the entire process about what exactly is going on.
All right, so let me ask you all, what all do you need to get done in the next 2 days? I need to know. Also,
that was it. I mean,
the
get rid of the
Prince
Greebs.
wants the Harlock sent over to the palace. The message has been sent.
Well, he can
let me tell you what the
in one
messages
hand
are.
and shit in the other, because that ain't gonna happen anytime soon.
But
somebody
nobody
needs
is
to
told
tell
him.
him that.
The other things I need to get done is get knighted and take Terrica with me to Caspian to show him the marriage contract so he can call it off.
Right. I forgot about the marriage contract Caspian thing, but that is on the list of
I love how
things.
everyone is very good at remembering little bitty, tiny, side questy, diplomatic things because I keep forgetting them.
I have such a long list. I'm literally
oh yeah, we got to do this and this and this. It's so great. I love playing with you all because it's so helpful.
I will say this, Val has absolutely nothing to do, but if anybody needs him to do something to help out one of your things, gladly do it.
By the way,
I'm sort of the same
ask
way.
something of Val if Val has the time. Doesn't want to be a bother.
Absolutely spins on his heel as soon as he hears his name.
I've done everything and I've bothered everybody enough. So I'm
This is the greatest scene ever. If you're calling it a bother, I would like to be bothered a lot more. So.
I'm gonna continue my meal and actually do work on the paperwork or the manifest of things. But when is the investiture ceremony?
2 days time.
I don't really have a lot of things to do until then. Maybe
kind of montage it. And it's
dry
great.
cleaning.
We can
yeah.
montage it.
Some stuff.
Yeah, right. Anyway.
Yeah. Quint would basically ask Val if he knows how to tell if someone's a clone or not, and if they could check if Quint's a clone.
Whoa.
There is a 8 to 10 second pause where Val is just running numbers and looking at Quint. Sure. I mean, and then he just
done that already.
Right this way.
He's like, there's no way. There's no way there could be 3, 4.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, that's what Quint would ask Val. Since Val has nothing to do, that's something Quint could get Val to do. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll come out totally negative.
Sure.
Super normal.
In fact, I probably
Medicine?
no. You know what? I guess I would already know that because I've already been under my
operated, but
medical
you've never done like a full general checkup.
Absolutely. If you you would like a physical, I can do so.
Sure. Quint would
Full blood
whatever
panels, all that good
whatever
stuff.
you need to find out if Quint's a clone or not. You could be like, Quint, I need you to stand on your head and hold your breath for 38 seconds. Quint would be like, if that's what it takes, okay. I know medical
Val
shit.
walks into his room and pulls out like it looks like a clear snuff like thing. It opens up and says, "Spit in this."
Medicine with a boon?
Thank you. Sure.
Yeah.
Since I'm apparently I need to hang my shingle. Clone expert. Hey, do you think you're a clone?
Don't hang that shingle. Don't let people know.
Don't. Maybe don't. It's on the opposite side of the plaque. You're a clone, or might be, and then you spin it around, and it says Dr. Valentine Morrissey, clone expert. But on the regular side, it just says man of medicine. Like,
I'm ready to believe you. 12.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna do it like this.
oh no.
I'm gonna say some stuff. Lindy will say some
Okay.
stuff, and maybe you'll say some stuff. 1,
Cool.
not a clone.
Oh, good. Yay! Not a clone. Quint feels better.
That makes
However-
2 of us.
Yay!
However,
Uh-oh.
evidence of malnutrition, childhood malnutrition, because you're going deep dive, right? Evidence of
Fine.
childhood malnutrition. You already know about the arm that was put in and the bomb that was in their body that you took out.
Yep.
I did not take it out.
No,
I
No, you took out the
deactivated
bomb.
it.
That's true.
Yeah.
And you kept the
I
tracker, but
have
you
the
took the bomb.
codes, so
Yeah.
if Quint
Yeah.
ever pisses me off, I can explode them.
That is correct.
And
Heart attack.
and you let the tracker, you transfer the tracker to you, so you know where I am.
Right.
That is correct.
But
So
nobody
you've
knows
got the
that.
tracker, you've got the bomb, the heart bomb.
Yeah.
Evidence of childhood malnutrition. Linda Yurgo, what else do you get in a deep dive scan?
Oh, and a deep dive scan, probably multiple fractures and concussions, whatever space fighter pilots get, evidence of like lots of G's and stuff. Like X-Wing pilot type things.
Would it be something that Val would, if Val looked at the injuries that you had, or any injuries that would be, like, he would immediately think, oh, probably from the Cirque, probably a fight, probably. Is there any injury he would come across that he would be like, what the fuck is this from? Because he would probably just, check box everything like, oh.
There'd probably be some, because bone breaks, you would see evidence of really old bone breaks, probably too, like from being a kid with the malnutrition, because bones grow weird when you are malnourished. So probably injuries predating what you would know of Quint's time in the Cirque, injuries post-dating, maybe some poison resilience.
This is a very specific question that Val wouldn't be able to glean, but would any of these injuries look like abuse?
Probably some of them, yeah, absolutely.
Then
Nothing new or recent, but definitely, yeah.
Then I'm going to ask Trooper to call for some type of, what is the insight check equivalent of for Traveler?
What kind of insight? Right? Because if you want to think about
being able to read Val's mood, his demeanor.
mood.
Ooh.
Okay. With that, it's going to be intellect, right? To notice.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say probably persuade, which lets you know bluffing, right? To see, sort of read somebody in that way. At least in this context, I would say yes. Persuade and intellect. Or if you're hiding it, then it would be deception intellect.
Val's not hiding anything, so I don't know how it
Persuade.
would be an 8 still, but
Okay.
yeah.
Sure, I'll roll a persuade intellect. If I can find my characters, there it is. I was like, P for
You
persuade.
can also do investigation, but this is like a more momentary, not
Yeah.
long term. Yeah.
I rolled 5.
Nope.
Then Val would clap your shoulder. You're all good.
All right, thank you. I had the concerning vision, and so I just wanted to make sure I was not a clone, that there wasn't a clone of me as a serial killer. Thank you. Would leave.
And Val would, for the second time, I think, offer a smile to Quint as they leave.
Quint's got, there's a pause of like, and it's pretty obvious. Quint's like, I'm not sure if you're just like, Quint's like not sure what to think when Val smiles, because it's so few that it's aimed at Quint. This Quint's like, is this bad?
And he
this
doesn't
good?
maintain eye contact to make it like super weird. Like
No. Yeah.
he just
no.
he offers a smile, looks away, and like goes
Yeah.
back to whatever he's doing.
And then Quint would be like, okay, I think that's fine. Because Quint this whole time is like, I'm not sure if he's just nicer because we're on Drinax, or if he's just been getting nicer in general. I don't know, but it's weird and Quint out. So yeah, Quint would feel much better knowing that they're not a clone. Yeah, Quint's had a lot of injuries. That's what you can tell.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Terrica, part of your montage. Gotta have a montage.
Montage. There's so many things that I want to get done. So let me know how many of these are physically
Sure.
doable within the next 2 days.
Got it.
Terrica wants to talk to Evan. They want to sort out their family home so that get it to a place where like the things the Mexican could like live in the home while they're away. And they want to take some of all of the sentimental things of Hoshi, they want to take to Hoshi's family and say hello to them, but also give them like all those things.
Yeah.
And then they want to connect with whoever it is that would be taking over for Hoshi. If there is anyone who has been trained, they want to, because they're not going to be here in the next 50 days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a couple
So they
things.
want to figure that piece out. Oh, there's more, but okay.
Yeah. Just for this moment, you can't talk to Evan because the ship has left.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That ship has left, and it left like the time when you were doing the basically Evan was there for Quint's funeral, and then the next morning Evan left. That ship left because the hold has been lifted on travel.
That's a bummer. I know I had originally we'd originally wanted to do it after it's okay. Well, not Evan.
Yeah.
That sucks.
So
Anything
when it comes
else
to who's going to take over for Hoshi, what you very quickly determine that is a real, I was going to use a different word. Charlie Foxtrot is what we'd say in the military. Because he was just assassinated. It's been like a couple of days and nobody knows who's going to take over for him. And that is like, there's a lot of turmoil. Like when you go to find out who is it, what you realize is there's a lot of turmoil in this moment because his position is so important, but nobody expected this to happen. Yeah. And he didn't have an apprentice. So when the investiture happens, whoever's going to take over for Hoshi is going to be invested, but they don't know who it is yet. And if you start looking to find out who it is, they're going to start asking you who you think it should be. Like, because like the minute like you start asking, they're like, who do you think it should be? Like that becomes like, people want a lot of things from Terrica at this moment, right? They're like, oh, well then, are you going to do it? Like, because again, there are not that many people here. So, and you are this like,
and Terrica like
figure.
Grew up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Right. No, but that's what it is. Like the minute you ask, they're like, oh, thank goodness. Are you going to do it? Who's going to do it? Who should use like, they are giving you the leadership position to decide who's it going to be, even though you've not been here for like 8 years. So it might be a little overwhelming, right? That all of a sudden everyone's beginning to ask Terrica these leadership questions. As the head of the household, even though your investiture has not happened yet. And it's one of those things, the minute somebody who has this authority, which is now Terrica, starts asking those questions, it's like, oh, thank goodness, somebody who's in charge. It's Terrica. Who's it going to be? Who do you think it should be? You know, we should ask you who like, and all of a sudden you can see it, right? You can see that this is, people want you to tell them who's going to be taking over your father's position. And they would really like it. They would really like to know now, right? Because, and you can tell, and it's this funny thing, right? That you can tell that there's a lot of people who really need your father right now because there's just been some death. And there is, and the mood is not good, generally speaking. There's a lot of turmoil and everybody's really wanting your dad. And the minute you ask, that just opens the floodgate and people start talking to you about like, oh, like some like how they're feeling and like, and it becomes about like your dad, but then it becomes about them like wanting to talk to you about their feelings. And there are a lot of people who, anytime you like, the minute you open up the door, people sort of like just sort of start unloading a little bit. Yeah.
Oh man. Is it one of those things where like as Terrica is like walking, you know, from place to place, they're getting stopped to that level? Or is it more like if they stop to talk to somebody that level?
If you stop to talk to somebody.
Okay.
at least at this point, right? It's one of those things that would probably escalate once you get invested. If you stayed on the palace, it would probably escalate.
Oh boy. I desynced just now. Do you need me to? Okay.
You're looking good for me at the moment.
Okay.
Wait.
Hopefully it rates itself. Yeesh.
Yeah.
Then I guess one of the things would be wanting to talk to
So just so you know that there's like a
Rao,
lot of
then.
there's a lot of this process. What you think is going to be a very simple thing becomes very quickly a lot. And as you're talking to people and trying to figure it out, people are asking you, and then also people start campaigning for them to be the next subtly.
Oh.
They don't want to just say it.
Of course.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially since they're not quite sure if you're going to take it or not. Right? So there's this like, well, are you going to take it? And then people are, because this is one of the most important positions, right? On the palace. And so people are subtly trying to campaign. All of a sudden, you've just walked into a bunch of politics that's all about who's going to be the party planner, right? And it's a lot, right? With people, and you get the sense that they need to know this needs to be decided really quickly, but because of who you are, they want to defer to you because you are the child of the person who did it last. And so you're the person who's kind of like, ultimately the king decides, but how these things work is that you have first dibs, and because this is your household, it's within your realm, so you'd be the one who would like make the recommendation, and that person is going to basically, unless something weird happens, the king will then appoint that person because you recommended it. And so there's a lot there, people, and of course you don't have time, and so it's not like you're not holding court, right? You're not like sitting there holding court, so people can only catch you when they can, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Terrica's definitely not trying to hold court. This would have been more of a talking to individuals that Terrica had known historically, talking to Quintessa to be like, hey, was there an apprentice? Like, I think so. There's
just the minute you open the door, then all of a sudden, like, it happens, right? You're just like, oh, let me just, that's what it is.
Responsibility.
They don't want to intrude.
Of course
but
not.
the minute you open the door, they're like, well, right, it's that.
Now that you asked, let me give you my 2 cents and my pitch for me, myself. I'm super good at this.
Yes.
Subtly, you know, because if you want it, obviously you're good at it, but I'm also very good at it because I'm really good at it. So,
and there are a number of people.
Oh boy, that must be a lot of dancing.
Yes, it is a lot of dancing.
Okay, so I don't know how many of these other things I can get through then, but some of them, so I'll have to prioritize, I think, is what I'm hearing based off of this, because there's a couple other things that I'd love to get to. One is talking to the news reporter who was in the area where Terrica's ship was last seen. Another one is the Caspian conversation. And then getting rid of the Lady Hill sliver. And
that's
then
the Sun Priestess.
The Sun Priestess, and then I think the last thing would be the crew, whoever it is that's embedding the Viridian. Terrica would want to make sure that they had very specific instructions about exactly what needs to be done and what they need to be careful of. And honestly, I think like at the end of the day, each time they come, like when they come home, after dealing with everything in the street and everyone looking up to them, there's a certain level of just like meditative relax in the attention to detail that they give to looking over the work that the crew has done on the Gambler. Like, just to be like, did they get it right? Maybe like a fix or a touch here and there, but it's just like it's their way of stepping away for a second.
Okay, I'm going to tell you a couple of things. One, you cannot get a hold of Rao. If you ask, it's because Rao has gone to the surface of Drinax.
Interesting, because Terrica knows. Oh, okay.
Princess Rao, but Rao will be there for the investiture, obviously, because Rao has to. But Rao, who rarely goes to the surface of Drinax, has taken a shuttle down to the surface of Drinax. And what I'm going to say is, before we take break, I would like the conversation with Quint and Terrica for Caspian, because that's the one thing that needs to happen before the investiture. Elsewise, then I think we should be set up for that investiture. The reporter you're probably going to be able to get at the investiture, because that's how reporters are. Okay. They love that sort of a thing.
I love that sort of thing.
Can we get the sun goddess? Because Terrica will not go through the investiture without the sun goddess thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
The sun priestess.
I'm just
sun priestess.
Oh, sun priestess. Either.
Yep.
I just had that moment of like, I mean, if we go to the investiture and Terrica hasn't gotten rid of Lady Hill, that's going to be hilarious. But so Caspian conversation.
Yeah, Quint, because Quint was welcome by any time, so Quint's just gonna bring you along.
And I think as they're like walking through the streets,
to bring the marriage contract. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I imagine it would be like Quint shows up and is like, "Hey, so when are we gonna go talk to Caspian?" Or like, "I'm going to talk to Caspian," and Terrica's like, "Yep," grabs marriage contract and
Yep.
You head over to his quarters. They're like the important guest quarters about where Ruby had been. So there's some of this. They've got more space than some of the other spots. And he has been waiting.
Yeah. And he has.
By the way, the prince has made it very clear he expects to see the Harlock at the investiture. Nobody has yet told him that the Harlock is no longer on the floating palace anywhere.
The only person who knows that is Terrica.
I think Terrica. Well, no, because there was
now
Severence knows.
Severance.
Now Severance. Yeah. Okay, Quint doesn't know. Quint's just like, I haven't seen her.
Weird. If Terrica learns,
wait, Severance doesn't know.
No. June told Severance that the Harlock is no longer on the ship.
On the ship.
On the ship. Yeah. But I mean, so is Terrica.
Knows that the Harlock has left.
Yeah.
Left the
Terrica's
building.
not on the ship either, but yeah.
Like left,
has
like not here on
out.
Drinax.
Yeah.
Does Terrica know about the prince's note?
The prince has stopped by. The prince has made it very clear that he really needs to see the Harlock. The messages are all on the ship. They're like, they've come in multiple times.
Oh, then Terrica would send a message back to the prince with all of the appropriate
the Harlock you're
accoutrement.
looking for is not here.
Basically, yes. Like, but it would have all of the appropriate
Error 404,
like
Harlock not found.
Harlock not here. Sorry, your beloved has abandoned you. No, I think it would have like all the appropriate, like, your Royal Highness, like all of his titles, and then it would be the Harlock was called away on urgent business, unfortunately, and has left the floating palace. She, I'm sure, will be back in touch as soon as she is available. I wish I had more news for you.
Diplomacy,
oh, boy.
please.
Oh, boy.
I wish we could tell you where she is, but we don't know either. She just up and left. She was like, I'm gonna get married and peace out. Bye.
Literally.
It's called the Princess of Peace Out.
Okay. So Caspian opens the Iris is up, right? And invites you into his suite, which of course is like bigger than most people have, right? These suites are somewhat large for the guests.
Like prison.
Yes, actually. Actually, yes. He goes, Quint, I was not expecting to see you. Liege Terrica.
You did say I could just pop by anytime, so.
Of course, please. Would you like some crystal water?
Sure, thank you.
Good. Let me get some that for you. And he sort of comes up with this, and then the crystal water is like this water that's like slightly pinkish in color with some like fizziness. It's quite nice. And he pours it for you both and for himself. And he's looking awkward. He's got the kind of like flair that says, he's a dashing duke, but also clearly he's a little bit of a nerd because there's like a bit of an awkward about this whole situation for Caspian. He's trying to cover, but
Terrica will like sit down and they'll say, I thought it might be best to discuss the contract that neither you nor I have seen. Well, I have seen it.
my mother had a copy. I'm afraid, unfortunately, my mother died.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yes, well, my mother was an expert in marriage contracts.
As was my father. I don't believe he saw this one, though. It has the hallmarks of another hand.
Well,
Terrica will produce it and hand it over.
And it's terrible.
he doesn't look at it just yet, and he says, I understand that since you are not actually married, your marriage was fraudulent. I assume that this person who defrauded you, this Dr. Morrissey, will be...
Careful with your words, sir.
What? The man who defrauded you?
He is dear to me.
Well, you might want to speak to someone about that. Because after all, he did defraud you, and was also, I think, somewhat deceptive about other things as well. You might want to think on that. But since that marriage was a fraud, that means that our engagement is still on.
Just push the contract towards him a little bit.
I believe that is entirely up to us.
Well,
maybe read the contract first. I don't think your mother was in her right mind when she signed off on it.
My mother is always...
I think she may have been under someone's influence.
Picks up the contract and he starts reading. Well, this is quite
unique,
strange.
I don't think I've ever seen a marriage contract with a third signature like that, Marrymore's.
Oh, he did not sign it.
Oh, I thought he did. Okay.
No.
Terrica wouldn't say that then. I thought he did.
At least not.
Not with pen and ink.
Yeah. He did it psionically. He had both of them sign it.
Yeah, he was like, now you sign the contract. Good job.
Now you sign the contract.
Good job.
Yeah. Sort of more like that, yeah. This contract is extraordinarily favorable towards you. I could understand why you might want to renew this contract. But it does not really seem appropriate. I do not wish to insult you. This allows for you to take over the seat at the moot, which should really go through my family line. This is an extraordinarily generous contract for you.
It is. And instead of maintaining it, I propose that we have an alliance. You are free to do as you wish. We rip up the contract and we write our own alliance.
A new marriage contract.
No, not marriage. I know that that's how it's typically done, but may I speak plainly?
Yes.
I don't believe that you want to marry me any more than I want to marry you.
Marriage is not about want. It's about duty.
Right. And in this case, it would be very favorable for me, and I could hold you to the letter of this contract. But I'm putting something else on the table. Something that isn't marriage. Something that is instead just an alliance. Where, if need be, we can call upon you and vice versa.
What is it that you would have to offer? Logistically.
Drinax does not have a lot of resources, but we have a lot of technological savvy.
You are at least...
I know.
I do not wish to say this in a way that would be insulting, although it will certainly sound so. Unlike most of the planets in this place, you are not a backwater. You have a level of technology that is on par with some of the Imperium, but you are 3 years away from my home, and you don't even have a regular food supply here. And you have people hanging wash off of ancient statues. It's a little sad, actually. And I wish you well. I hope that whatever it is that you are...
We're speaking
And he
plainly
looks to
here, please,
Quint,
do.
right? Because he's like, this is super awkward, right? You know what I mean? Like, this is... He looks to Quint for some kind of like, right? Your planet is not even really it's, well, you're, what,
I understand.
20,000 people?
Out of question real fast. My impression is that like there isn't could he break the contract without Terrica also breaking the contract, or is it entirely within Terrica's control whether or not the contract gets broken?
It's a joint contract, so it would you would both need to dissolve it, yeah.
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 Okay. So
Yeah.
Terrica's looking at him and they basically say, frankly, what I'm offering you is the opportunity not to be in this contract, to retain your seat on the moot. And in exchange, an alliance. We call on each other. You can marry whomever you want or need. You retain your seat on the moot. Otherwise, Terrica looks very pointedly at the contract.
Realistically, when I leave here, with this contract done, any alliance between us would be purely theoretical. After all, it will take 2 years for messages to get from one to the other. If there is something I could do, I could speak to the Emperor, once I'm invested into the moot, about absorbing Drinax. This place it's on its last legs, it's dying, it's really nothing. But the Imperium could invest in this place. If this Trojan Reach wished to join the Imperium, I could speak on its behalf. And then you could all become Imperials, and then we could come and invest, and maybe this place would be less abandoned.
I do not wish to lose Drinax into the Imperium. And
Drinax
I say
is
that
already lost. And look at this place. You said to speak frankly, this place is a wreck.
this place
I'm
is
sorry.
opportunity. This is my home.
Well, this is, I understand that you, are invested in this ghost, but, and this is a corpse.
Give us funds instead.
Why? No one can live on this planet.
What does it
This
matter to
isn't
you?
a
You get out of the contract and you retain your seat on the moot in exchange for what? Some money that you can make up again later?
Or we can go through with it, and then you come with me to the capital. The contract is
Where
not
I
in my
take-
favor. You take over if I die, which certainly wouldn't happen.
No, of
If
course not.
Terrica goes with you to the capital,
Then you will go with
unfortunately, you
me.
would be the targets of many assassins.
Well, knowing that, I can defend myself. And I think that if Liege Terrica went with me, if they went with me, then you also would come, wouldn't you?
Why would Quint need to come? Their place is on the Gambler.
My sense is, my understanding is that their place is as your bodyguard, and also, I don't, if you are the pilot of this ship, and if you come with me, then I think whatever that ship is doing is probably no longer important. So I would be, this is a particularly outrageous contract, but if it meant that Quint would come with me.
I would not accompany Terrica. Bodyguard is a temporary position.
She's right.
Why wouldn't you come? It would be an opportunity.
I would have new bodyguards because I would be married. It would be more fitting for my station. And Terrica, like, when they say that, there's like a like quiet movement to Quint that Caspian can't see, like to the side, that's like, I don't actually believe that you're like better or worse. Like it's like a I'm trying to play political games here. Please don't think I think that of you. Yeah.
And also I have things I need to resolve before I can, well, some things I can't resolve, but things that do need to be resolved before I can re-enter Imperial space.
Is there any other leverage you'd like to try to use?
The situation, with all due respect, is that you have no leverage. You have a ridiculous contract that puts you in my life, and gives you any twins, and all female children fall through your line. This is all very
and your seat
not
on the moon.
normal. If I die,
Quint
you're
made
not
an
threatening
excellent
me,
point earlier.
are you?
No, I don't need to threaten you. And I'm saying this honestly and transparently to you right now. I'm not trying to threaten you. Both of my parents just died. There are people in this world.
Technically.
He's right. And Marymore won't stop.
But now that I know this strange weirdo from some small Imperial planet that means not much is out to get me, I am a subsector
He's a
Duke.
network that reaches into Soul-Sec Imperial space the Trojan reaches. Do you know every single minion, mook, and person he's out to hire?
His ability to use psionic power is impressive.
What?
The sort of mind-liquefying psionic power.
How do you think your mother agreed to this contract?
Precisely.
Psionic?
Yes.
That's interesting. Well, I know exactly who to contact about that.
And he's not... what is the Harlock? I'm sorry, I'm blanking. My brain goes Vistani, and I'm like, that's...
Zodani.
I'm like, Vistani, Orange, Curse of Strahd.
No.
Okay, Zodani. And he's not Zodani.
Good, that means he's not as good. The Imperium has...
Legitimately.
Look,
he is an ancient warlord, and I don't use that term lightly or to indicate someone of a couple hundred years old.
All right. I'm now going to offend you, and I do not mean to, but I just must speak plainly.
Well, you've already done it multiple times throughout the rest of this, so why
do you remember the opera that had Rumpelstiltskin?
Yes. Rumpelstiltskin, that was the one with Scheherazade, I think, yes?
Yes, Scheherazade and Rumpelstiltskin, and how he was incredibly powerful and did all sorts of tricks, could turn things into gold. Poof, away
her
in
hair.
an instant.
Yes.
Her hair, yes.
Yes.
Imagine Rumpelstiltskin as Marymore. Marymore is Rumpelstiltskin. No one believes his true terrible power until it is too late for them. That is why I'm here.
I am going to make this quite plain.
I know it's unbelievable.
Right, I don't believe it. Since I've been here, what I've learned about this backwards culture is that you are exceptionally superstitious and somewhat verging on delusional. You might believe all sorts of strange fairy tales here on this Drinax, but this place is... it's dying fairly slowly, I imagine, but there is nothing of worth or value on this place except all of your gaudy diamonds and gold. This is
Do you believe I'm delusional and superstitious?
No. You are...
But you don't believe me.
I don't believe Liege Terrica. I think they are making some sort of strange play, but one way or the other, even if this fellow is psionic, which is possible, it would make some things make sense. The Imperium.
Psionic.
Well, what neither of you two understand, and not being Imperial, is that the Imperium has been fighting psionics for centuries.
Yes.
And we are quite good at it. There are organizations. And now that I know this information, I will be able to contact those organizations and take care of it.
Might buy you time.
Liege Terrica, I will not be blackmailed or extorted or threatened.
I'm not trying to do either of those. I'm giving you an option to buy your way out of the marriage contract.
15 credits. That's all this place
That's
is worth.
insulting.
As is what you're doing right now. I never understood why my mother arranged for me to marry someone 3 years away in a place that is of no strategic value.
Because of psionic ancient warlord. Who likes
Some
to meddle with
psionic.
bloodlines.
So, then it makes sense that we would not marry. Yet you wish to somehow leverage.
I was hoping
this.
to make this be something better, to have something good come out of this, but it's very apparent to me that that is not a possibility. That you have no intention of seeing anything good come out of this because you cannot see anything good within Drinax. And because you would rather have yourself stuck in a marriage like this than to help someone.
Realistically, there's no help I can give you. You rejected me speaking to the Emperor about having you join the Imperium, which would be the only thing that would help you at all, this entire place. You could join the Third Imperium, and then maybe we could then relocate you to a different planet, one that's not irradiated. You could have an actual life. You should abandon this place, and we could help you with that. I mean, not me personally, but I could speak on your behalf. And it wouldn't be an alliance, it would be more me helping out someone down on their luck. And I would be willing to do that. To speak. It wouldn't take much to actually move all of you to a different planet. And if we take over the Reaches as the Imperium, we would have the authority to move you. It's just logistics.
Take over the Reaches that the Aslan will start a war.
Well, if we go big, we would go big.
Space.
The Aslan are probably on their way over anyway. If we take over, then you have protection, because this place cannot protect itself.
Clearly, I misunderstood. Terrica stands up, and they leave.
Quint, why wouldn't you come with? If you actually love me.
Because I heard a thing once, and it sounds believable. You have to love yourself before you can love someone else. There are things I need to handle, things I need to do. You could help with some of them. Probably. But others are very personal.
Do you want me to take the mask back?
I think that is something I need to do myself.
So, What's next for us?
I don't know. But I can tell you what I'm going to do, and you can tell me if you want to be involved.
All right.
First, I'm going to become a knight of Drinax.
I could make you a knight. If you wanted to be a knight, I could knight you at Fenris.
You cannot knight me in Imperial space, because I was an Imperial scout for 2 years. And I left. That information has to disappear before I can enter Imperial space.
Look, I control the entire subsector. I can have you pardoned. I can fix this.
If you can have the scout, and Quint, I think, would pass along their scout ID, because they would still have that. If you can get the scout pardoned, if they're still found to be alive, I tried my best to fake their death. That would be a step in the right direction. I need to... If I'm going to be with you, Caspian, I need to feel like I'm on an equivalent level. And get there on my own. Not receive it as pity or for nothing. I need to have worked for it. I need to have earned it.
This place, this Drinax, is not the place for you to get there. This place is full of corpses. Just dead, walking around, not even realizing there's nothing
Like my
left
past.
here. I have to go back to the capital.
You should take your place on the moot. I am going to become a knight of Drinax. I will try to get some nobility. Would not be bad to have a connection in the Trojan Reach, as even you know that's not a terrible thing.
I imagine the Imperial Dukes from this area have those connections already.
Not if certain things go into motion. I cannot tell you everything. But Drinax is healing, and that is all I can say on the matter. And even if it means nothing, it will at least have been something that I did for myself for the first time in my life.
I will support you in doing whatever you need to do.
And I'm going to take revenge on Marymore.
All right. I am going to contact certain Imperial organizations that hunt down psionics.
They will not be able to kill him, Caspian.
I'm sure they will.
And she takes his face in her hands. Caspian, I spoke to a droid. I said I was not going to lie to you anymore. And they warned me. About this man. You know how serious that is. He's on another level. Which is why I'm not just recklessly running after him. Which is why I'm making plans, I'm making connections. Which is why you should try not to draw his attention. And then we'll let go and sit back.
I'm going to tell you this.
The reason I got kicked out of this circ, the reason Emerald was
Marymore
killed, the reason I have this, and will actually discharge the static axe out of the arm. And then take a deep breath and calm down and retract it.
Does it break the ribbon?
The ribbon's been gone. Ever since I'm out of jail, I've not had the ribbon.
Oh, okay.
It was just don't use it while you're in prison. Yeah, but if it was, it would have broken the ribbon. Yeah.
I'm going to make sure that everyone in the Imperium is looking for this Marymore.
I think his wife is, from ship reports I met. Apparently he screwed her over too. He's a mass murderer on Tik-Tik. He was taking the entire native population. Poor little psionic creatures. and torturing them and murdering them ritualistically.
Well, if you have evidence of that,
power.
if you have evidence of that, I'll take it to the Emperor.
It was not... the risk of him getting back a hold of it was not worth leaving it there.
I'm going to
But people will
make
think
him
you are
very
crazy
sorry.
when if you speak of it like I do to you now.
Well, I certainly won't. But
It's good.
listen, I'm going to leave before Liege Terrica, before they make me marry them.
Just dissolve the contract.
I can't if they don't agree with it.
Terrica wants peace, likes friends. All they're asking for is a connection. If you said it takes 2 years to reach anything, it is highly unlikely, but should Drinax begin to prosper, would you regret not having a tentative connection?
This place is not going to prosper.
There's always a
And I
chance.
offered to bring them into the Imperium, and they looked at...
If Drinax wanted to be in the Imperium, do you think they would not have reached out by now?
This place is full of people who are delusional. They're not letting go of the past. They need to look towards the future. And the future, if they want to have one, is the Imperium. I don't think the Imperium is very... It would be a lot of investment. And I think most likely that I'm not actually from this part of charted space, so I don't know all the politics here, but I imagine if it actually were interesting for the Imperium, they would have moved a long time ago. So I imagine it wouldn't be the easiest to convince the Imperium to come in and rehabilitate this place. But I would make that offer for you.
Not be welcomed.
No.
They want to try to pull themselves up. Much like I'm trying.
I guess they'll have to try. They'll have to try then, I imagine.
All we can do is try.
When you want to leave this place and come back to civilization, I will be here. And I'm going to do whatever I can to help with this Marrymore situation.
Caspian, I understand we are not getting any younger. I understand you are the last of your line. If you need to marry someone, do it.
I can wait.
Caspian, I'm already 38.
We also have good technology. I'm going to leave before they can make me marry them.
They won't make you marry them. Unless you really pissed up us, which you did a pretty damn good job of, by the way. I don't think I've seen them that angry more than once or twice.
Well, I didn't like...
It wasn't a threat,
that you would...
It was a reach for friendship.
One where you weren't going to come with. By the way,
the things I need to do. I
that,
need doing something for myself.
I support you. But that con man fellow,
Mr.
Val Morrissey. Yes. Tell him I'm not going to break his criminal friend out of prison. Seems he's...
I'm sorry, what did he ask?
There was some sort of terrorist that he wanted me to break out of prison. As if I could just snap my fingers and override the authority of the Duke in this area. But I will not be doing that for him. He said it was your request.
I see. Interesting. Cogs are turning. I don't know what to make of it, but I shall relay the message. Or maybe I should just not mention anything.
Well, realistically, there's nothing that I can do from 3 years away to help this place besides what I offered, which they took as an insult.
15 credits.
And I'm not going to...
That is pretty insulting. You could buy... That's a Mac burger meal on a spaceport in certain areas.
The Imperium is the greatest force of peace in the entire charted space.
You know that's not what all the Solomani think.
That's not what
And it's not so unusual for other
Solomani
places
separatists
to think
think.
so, too.
Everything is voluntary. I'm sorry.
I've been learning a lot outside of Solomani space and outside of Imperial space. The world is the universe is a complicated place.
It is.
And I care about you, but I think we both have some things to work through.
I will be leaving. And there is space on my ship for you if you want to come with.
My investiture is in 2 days. You can come to that if you wish.
I will be there for you.
Right. I will keep in touch.
Don't let them use you for whatever it is they're trying to do.
I'm tired of being used.
Okay.
Of that I am certain.
I can't. I don't have authority in this part of space. It's the Duke here
Neither
does.
do I.
But if you need me to rescue you from this place or anything like that, just...
I can rescue myself if I need to.
I mean, if you need warships to come and bust you out of something or other, it'll take a couple of years.
You think I can't escape out of a prison by myself? Please. That's already happened 2 or 3 times. Which is probably the first he's ever heard of me breaking out of prison.
He says, well, can I have a hug?
Yes.
And
I'm
he
going to
gets
give you
up.
a list of things to think about. I say during that hug. You're going to go on the moods and don't wait for me. I will keep in touch.
I'm going to wait for you.
No.
Yes.
It could be years.
I can do what I want. And I want to wait for you.
All right. Go get on the mood and get me pardoned then.
I will.
Okay.
Okay. Then he kisses your hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait.
Don't have to.
Just watch out for that Morrissey fellow. He's clearly a liar.
Oh, I always do.
Okay. And
what was the name of this criminal he wanted released?
Yeah, it's an Aslan.
Aslan woman.
Which
Aslan
Maggie. Yeah.
Maggie.
Yeah.
I might mention it to him. You know, if you did bust her out, or help bust her out, he'd owe me a favor.
That's not so easily done.
I know it's not, but just keep it in mind. Just back pocket. He hates owing favors.
He also apparently hangs out with terrorists, so probably not. Especially somebody who's such a liar this fellow is, and he must have twisted Hendrix Terrica around his finger. Lies
Call him
to
a liar.
them,
What
and
does
then
that make me?
someone who had bad circumstances and did the best they could.
I may have been a little brainwashed by Solsec.
Well, I'll see you at the investiture.
Oh, kicking me out so soon.
Unless you want to stay.
I could be persuaded.
Well, I do have some books of poetry that include your favorite.
All right. Almost fell.
So,
Yep.
I imagined that
Quint doesn't have
Terrica-
anything else to do before the investiture,
I know.
so yeah, let's hang out there.
and I imagine Terrica is full of joy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and I'm gonna
so
work on him
delighted.
to be like, yeah, cancel that contract, bruh. Do it.
Like,
He can't without Terrica.
Well, I don't know what Terrica's gonna do right now. I think they left.
Apologize.
They left and they were like fucking pissed. And I think
I know.
yeah.
like the way
Oh, yeah.
the way back to like, you know, where they have to do everything for the home, anyone who stopped them to like have a conversation, it would be the politest, fastest cut off and walk away that like Terrica's ever managed in their life, because they're not trying to make waves on Drinax, but they have like, they're just
I imagine
Yeah.
there's a
Thundercloud.
tone.
Smoke.
A tone
out
in the walk.
ears.
it's
Yeah.
it's a like clearly something is going on and Terrica's like, I love you, you're great, get the fuck out of my face, you know.
Everyone's
but
like,
diplomatic.
I understand that for some people, Drinax is a backwater that's dying and kind of embarrassing and gaudy and tacky and like, ooh, all of that. But I will say this about Drinax. When you have such a small amount of people in a very small amount of space, they learn how to dance around each other very well. So I would imagine that you don't I imagine that people don't bother you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that the ways
They
in
get
which
the air.
Drinax... Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that other people may not get it, but I think Drinaxians are really good at being like, nope. And like, do you know what I mean? Like, because it's such a tight, hothouse kind of society that I just think there's a way that you walk and people are like, not right now, right? You know what I mean? And they're gonna... That's what I would say. Yeah.
I don't think I did it in the scene, but I think Terrica would have snatched the contract with them as they left. Like, it would have been it would definitely have been a like, you fuck
Quint's
me, I fuck you, buddy.
then would have been to like throughout the evening being like, hey, maybe you should apologize. Try to cancel that.
They should apologize.
Well, I can't wait to attend the wedding then. That's what I think Quint would say.
Oh my god, I love it so much. It's so awful and messy. It's delightful.
It's so messy. It's so messy. It's like,
it doesn't have
they
to
don't
be,
want
and yet
married.
it is. It is
Yeah,
so messy.
And that would be Quint's
like-
response too if he's like, they should apologize. Well, I can't wait to go to your wedding then.
they don't want to get married. They're never going to pull the trigger on that.
Oh, but you might have pissed Terrica off into a level of spite marriage that was unprecedented before.
Many marriages are based on spite. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Well, I hope you enjoy yours.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
where Terrica's just like consistently like, hey, Marymore, I think you missed one.
I think you missed it.
We're going to take our break. We are going to take our break. And look, he's an Imperial Duke, and
Yeah.
he's a
It
nice
was a
guy.
long shot.
However, he's like,
However, he's an Imperial Duke.
he's also an Imperial
Of a,
Duke. Do you know what I mean?
a
Like,
subsector Duke, not
he's
just
a
a regular
subsector
Duke.
Duke.
That
like,
has
yeah,
as much weight to
huge.
me as like the assistant manager at Dairy Queen. No offense to assistant managers at Dairy Queen, but I mean,
All right, well, there goes our sponsorship.
First
Right.
off,
There
it's
goes the
assistant
sponsorship.
regional manager. Like, it's the subsector Duke.
Yeah.
It's the assistant
Thank you.
regional.
Right.
Of
but
Dairy Queen,
still.
thank you.
But
He can
still.
give you
Dairy
free
Queen.
Frosties.
If they turn it upside down and it falls off, they get you a new one for free. Yeah.
Oh, for reals? It's
Yeah.
been so long since I've gone back to
Yeah.
Dairy Queen.
if that
What a
blizzard
weird-
comes out, that's yours.
That's
You get
yours.
a brand new one.
If you can lick it off, if you want to lick it off the counter, you
No,
can
no,
have
no. They
it.
make you a new one for free. That's what that
Oh.
What does that
Yeah.
prove? It's thick. What is it? Why? Like what? We have
Yeah.
sticky
Exactly what
ice
it
cream.
is.
We're going to go and break, everybody.
It proves that it's not
Stretch.
thick, and it proves that
We'll
you're
be
a
back in
dick.
10.
Yeah.
And hello, everyone. We are back. There was a great negotiation for a wedding between Liege Terrica and it went very well.
Spite wedding.
Oof, it went really well. It would, again, if something happens to him after they get married, then Terrica would inherit all of his stuff in a way that would not normally happen, and also get to have his seat in the moot, which also does not normally happen. Anyway, but it's fine.
Also, there's the whole. They still have all of the things from Marymore that are all of the allegiances of different people being like, "Oh, if you take over the Imperium, I'll back you."
Well, it's
not that they've told
if you
anyone.
Take over the Imperium. It's if you assassinate. Well, if the current emperor dies and then there's a succession issue, it would go to the princess. But if you assassinate the princess, the right of assassination, then the moot has to vote to confirm you as the new empress, and that there are people who would absolutely vote for you to be the new empress.
Yay! Oh, that's exactly what Terrica wants. More nobility.
Also, you'd have to do the assassination yourself.
Oh, yeah, because Terrica loves killing people.
Become the empress and abolish nobility and be like, we are now...
That would be, yeah. Hey, Val, could you just go kill some people?
I think what would happen is that somebody would try to assassinate the empress, and then this is what happens when you allow for assassination as part of your process.
Yep. Just death.
It's
just death.
Yeah. So, I have a couple questions that I must ask. One, does Quint go back to the ship that night?
Probably early in the morning.
Ah, nice.
Ooh.
Okay. I believe we've got...
Why do you ask?
I'm just curious. I need to know what happened as GM. They read poetry. And
yes, poetry is read.
Quint does not get home that night. Flurry of activity. I need to ask the question of who will become the next counselor of Drinax. That is for Terrica to decide.
So I'll need a little help here because I think they would have done some sort of subtle work in everyone coming in talking to them. They would have done a lot of like trying to understand who is it on Drinax that if Hoshi isn't available, people go to. Like, is it the bar person? Like, is there somebody who currently exists who doesn't have this in an official role and probably doesn't have it to the breadth that Hoshi ever had it at, but who has the skill set to be able to help, help people get to a better resolution, help look at contracts, that kind of thing.
Could you make a diplomat intellect roll?
Okay. I can.
And I will tell you what this is for once you roll it.
Ooh, my. Okay. At an average difficulty?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, with a boon, because you're from Drinax.
Oh. Ooh. Here we go.
This is your home.
One moment.
It's your home turf.
Oh, boy. That's such a tangled word for Terrica.
Excellent.
Oh.
15. This is an exceptional success. So,
yay.
It is. This is the question that I'm asking you in my mind when I had you. See, you said, you asked a question, and I was like, oh, you're going to have to roll intellect with diplomacy. The question is, this is not just about who does the best job. You now have an option here.
Okay.
With that roll, you have the option. Faction and skill. Because there's politics here, right? the question becomes, because everybody's aligned with somebody, right? There's all sorts of factions going on here. So the question that this is to be that you will be able, because you rolled so well, to choose someone who has that sends the political message or doesn't send the political message that you want to send or not send, if you see what I'm saying. Because this is a very, very powerful position, right? Whoever holds this position is going to have a lot of power. And right now, Drinax has a couple of major factions going on. People want things. So whoever you pick is going to be skilled. That is no longer the question. The question is, what are the political implications that you would like to have? That is what that roll is for. And because you rolled so well, you get to have the ones you want. Let me tell you, there are people within Hoshi's family. If you choose someone from Hoshi's family, that of course will be totally acceptable, but will also skew things towards the prince.
Okay.
You can also pick people who are not overtly aligned with a prince, which will most likely skew them towards the princess. You can pick someone who is less aligned with either one of them, which will mean they will be having a harder time because they're going to be inundated with multiple factions pushing and pulling. Possible. You could pick somebody who's not good at the job and sink them, right? You can pick somebody who you think is more loyal to you personally than anybody else, which would mean building your own power base as a third faction. That's how people will take it. That's what's going to happen. If you pick somebody who's not over there, they're going to be like, oh, they're making moves, right? So I would like to know, what is the political optics? What are you looking for? Do you see what I'm saying here? Because there is a game being played on this palace right now. And the question becomes, as a kingmaker, what do you want to do with those politics? Who do you want to... who do you want? Oh, I saw that, and I saw that, and I was like, who do you want to give power to, and what do you want it to look like? You see what I'm saying to you? And because you rolled so well, it is your choice. You can do whatever you want with this one, right? Because you know exactly who all the people are, because you've been doing that for the last 2 days, and you know them from your history here. You know who the people are, who they are most likely aligned with, and what the kind of optics will be. So you can tell me what you would like.
Terrica wants someone who is aligned with Princess Rao, but not necessarily like hardcore overtly aligned, right? They want somebody, the other big piece that they're looking for in here, because definitely skilled, like skilled first and foremost, and then all of this is second, right?
Absolutely. Yep. Skilled you have.
Excellent. So then aligned to Rao, but not like hardcore overtly, just like a definitely loyal, but this sort of loyalty that like people who are allied to the prince aren't going to feel uncomfortable coming in and having a conversation with this person, right?
A more covert alliance.
A more covert alliance, yeah, for sure. And I think the other piece they're really looking for in here is, and maybe this kind of ties into the skill piece, but they're looking for somebody who doesn't necessarily isn't like nobility is everything, lineage is everything. They're looking for somebody who is going to unite Drinax and Asim and Torpal and Clark and be more of and I know that this person primarily does Drinax work, but the reality is they influence everybody on Drinax. So they're looking for somebody who's going to kind of, this is the selfish piece for them. They want someone who's going to share more of the message that's like, we are all people together, and the more that we work together, the better we can be. The less we think about who we came from, and the more we recognize who we are. That kind of approach.
What I can give you, because unfortunately, whoever you pick is going to be a noble, and they're going to be in that space. But they will be more like the princess who thinks we should all be unified. But you're not going to be able to find somebody in this position who doesn't think that nobility has the role of leadership that they have, right? Like that's
okay.
You can have people who are definitely in the idea, like, absolutely, yes, we all need to unify all of us together in this like way. But this is a culture where if somebody's gonna be a blacksmith, they're trained to be a blacksmith from the time they're born, and they're just gonna be a better blacksmith than the people who are not. Like, you just don't become a blacksmith at the age of, like, way later, right? It's a very sort of feudal system where the reason why nobles are good at what they do is because they're trained to be that way from the time they're kids, and these people are trained to think that that's normal. You can be a good noble or a bad noble. You could be selfish. You could be arrogant. You could be short-sighted. And like, then there are people who want to be very progressive, right, in their ways of sharing and elevating everybody, like helping everyone.
Yeah,
but
that's what
they do have a very strong sense of leadership responsibility, like right. So you can definitely get people who are not weird, creepy, like superiorists. You know what I mean? Like that kind of
yeah, we're definitely avoiding that.
Noble supremacy sort of a thing.
No old Sandalian allegiances.
No, but it will be almost impossible for you to find somebody who doesn't believe in nobility on the floating palace where everybody's a noble and that's all that they have. You know what I mean? Like that's and they also don't really leave the planet, right? So like other kinds of life is not really real. Do you know what I mean? Like it's so that's but you definitely can find people who are progressive, which would be more aligned with both the prince and the princess are progressive in their own ways, really, really different ways, right? Yeah, they both are very progressive in their own ways, and they also both think the other one is not progressive. So there's that, right? The prince thinks the princess is not progressive, and the princess thinks the prince is not progressive. They have their own kind of progressiveness in their own ways, but that the idea that we're all of value, that we're all worthy, that we should be uniting people from all across, that we should be serving, right, from people from all across, that you can absolutely have. Absolutely. That's easy peasy. Because there are quite a few people who are like that, you know?
Yeah, Terrica definitely wants that. I'm also like in this moment having that realization of like, oh, Terrica's, because, yeah, okay, cool.
Last question.
Oh, there's another question. Okay.
It's about that crit you rolled.
Oh, sweet.
You could have something else if you wanted with that 15. Because I wrote down, right, that you wanted somebody who was skilled, done. Somebody who's aligned with the princess, but not overtly so it will not trigger the people who are aligned with the prince. Done. Easy peasy. Somebody who believes in the worth and value and egalitarianism of the people, wanting to bring them all together. They're still going to believe in like nobles lead, but again, remember, people can be elevated to nobility or kicked out of nobility, right? It's not necessarily birth. Like the minute you are noble, you're noble, right? You know what I mean? So there's like a done and done. Do you have one last question about the qualifications for the person you're picking? No reason, just wondering. How much of a spy would you like them to be for you? Would you like this to be somebody who is in your pocket? Would you pick somebody who, would you use some of the skills you've learned from your mother to pick somebody who would really be serving you? I mean, this is a position that, if you had somebody in your pocket like that, I mean, you could pick somebody who's really good at privacy and secrecy and confidentiality, that's part of the skill, or you could pick somebody who's all those things and also will report to you all the things they learned about people's private lives and their secrets. I mean, if you had somebody like this in your pocket, you could learn many secrets and you could build quite a bit of power, in the way that, your mother did, but maybe even better than the way your mother did.
If Terrica did not have the shard of Lady Hill in them right now, this would be a super easy question because it would just be like, no.
Yeah.
But they do.
And this
They
quest is
do.
happening before the shard gets taken out, so I'm just asking.
So we're gonna have to roll for it because I think that's the only appropriate thing to do in this scenario. Here we go. Just gonna roll 1d. Oh. Yep, they're gonna go for somebody who is allied to them, or who will tell them secrets.
Great. That's all I wanted to know. And you can have that person and have that person work out well for you, you know, because you rolled very well.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's super Lady Hill. Oh.
It is.
It's very Lady Hill.
It is.
I can't wait to get that shard out. Let's do it.
Okay, my friends. And so, we have one last thing to do that must be thought of, must needs be thought of, which is to remove the shard. Which means the Sun Priestess must be consulted. Do you bring any of your support network with you for this? Who you are, after all, sonically linked with, etc., etc.
Yeah. I think they would. Oh, okay. So I'm the reason I'm hesitating and deliberating is because of what Terrica thinks Val did with Lady Hill in the first place. And that's where the trouble comes into play.
I'm going to just note something because I am an instigator, if you don't mind.
Oh, by all means, please do.
There is somebody who has demonstrated skill in extracting shards in psionic spaces, and then perhaps also implanting them in their own arm or other places. There is someone who does actually have experience with this in some way.
Val.
Oh, what?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. You said it.
Yeah. I mean, it's true though. I think that is the. I mean, I do think that is the person that would come to mind when they're thinking about it. The only hesitation I have is that Val thinks Terrica ate Lady Hill, and that's how Lady Hill got into Sue. So I know he didn't, but somehow Lady Hill got into Sue. And Val
Although
eats
I
death,
would say,
or ate death.
When someone is eaten, they're completely destroyed. So there wouldn't necessarily be a shard left because their entire existence is completely removed from reality.
Would Terrica
That's why
know
eating
this?
people is bad. Yeah, because you felt it. It's not great.
Okay.
Because you
Well,
actually
then
started eating
that
somebody
solves
and you're
some
like,
things.
ooh, that was bad, right? And you didn't
Oh,
like
yeah,
it.
that's true. And they
You know
would
what
know
also
where it
eats
would have
death?
ended. Barrymore?
Greebs.
Greebs.
They all have, Severance named all of them. They all have names.
Oh, that's so sweet. We should have another discussion about them. Terrica will. Okay, so with that in mind, then Terrica would totally ask Val to join because they no longer think that they wouldn't think that he ate Lady Hill.
He did something, but he didn't eat Lady Hill. I will also note that when you were
Maybe
going
Sue
through your
did someday.
psionic withdrawal, Quint was there. And also Severance has special knowledge.
So the reason I was talking myself into Severance was actually because of Terrica's changing attitude towards Severance.
And Severance has weird memories from Marymore, which means there might be of use things there.
Yeah, but Terrica doesn't know about those.
Yes, they do. They know some
do?
of them because that was how they found Terrica on Tick.
Oh, I didn't think anyone told them that. I thought that they just said, like, Severance said that we had to go find you. Oh, but yeah, how else would they have known? That would logically, the logic is
yeah.
there. Yeah. Okay. So the people then that Terrica is inviting, I was debating Wesley just now as well, but I don't think they'd invite Wesley because they haven't had the psionics conversation with Wesley yet. So yes.
Or traumatize the boy.
No.
Yes.
That happens all on its own. We don't need to add to that. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna roll because either Terrica will go with nobody or they'll go with the crew sans Wesley.
Before you roll, too late.
Oh, sorry.
Rolled. No, I was just gonna give you some food for thought.
Oh yeah. What's your instigation? I already have my answer, but what's your instigation?
What would your mother say you should do?
Well,
I can answer that question.
She would say that Terrica should do not what they're about to do, which is invite everybody.
That would be correct.
Because it was
your
an
mother
even
would say,
roll.
Absolutely do not invite people to this, would be what your mother would say. And I feel like they would know that.
I really like the fact that the two major decisions around this have all been dice rolls because of the shard. Yeah.
Yeah. Mother would say, don't let people know anything about you. Do not invite them anywhere near you. Don't let anybody know anything. You must stay completely isolated from people to stay safe.
All by yourself.
All by yourself. No support or help.
Oh, maybe that's why Terrica like gets obstinate. Like they're about to go to the Sun Priestess all by themselves, and then all of a sudden they're like,
the panic,
and they turn right back around and they go to the gambler and they like walk in. They're like, I need to do an exorcism and I'd like you all to be there.
Okay.
All of us?
Yes.
I'm gonna need some.
Is this before the ceremony, right?
It is. So you are brought to the Sun Priestess's tower. Not the Scholar's Tower. It's the Tower of the Sun.
Tower of the Sun.
And this place, the Tower of the Sun, it's also an observatory, right? So it's got it's this tower, and at the top there's like a telescope. And it is both, because if you're the Sun Priestess, you are both a religious leader and also an astronomer. Sun. Yeah, right. It's this sort of interesting, sort of like a Hubble telescope / cathedral, and it is dark, but the lights come in, so it's like a kind of like a dark place with like a shaft of light that pierces it. So it's kind of this. There's kind of like a duality when you walk through in terms of the lighting, and there are these religious figures, right? Like I think it's the word is prelate, sort of like religious apprentices. They're also nobles.
Urban Dictionary. What's a prelate?
So like there are some people. There are actually some a seaman there as well.
Good. Urban Dictionary.
Nope, don't look that up in Urban Dictionary. And one of them says, "The Sun Priestess is expecting you." As you are all led up to, what do they call it? Is it an orrery? You know, that kind of like cool thing that they had in the opening credits of Game of Thrones. That kind of.
Yes, I think that is an orrery. Yes, or astrolabe. Orrery.
Because orrery is like the device.
Yeah.
So that the tower is like that. The top of the tower has that kind of vibe to it. And so you're brought into this room. It's the top of this room, and it's this circular room. It's kind of like a lighthouse, right? This tower is kind of like an observatory lighthouse. And you're brought up to this sort of a top space where it pokes out right close to like the force field of the palace, and so you can kind of see the stars, right? This chamber, it has all of the sky up and visible, because they've got very good material science, including transparent materials. So like the upper bit is just all the sky and there is a mahogany table, and it is a 12-sided table, and there are chairs set, and the guide has you all sit, and it's all sort of like there are all these chairs facing each other, and the guide makes sure there's no one sitting on the opposite of where Terrica is, or at the center point of this triangle. And there is a bit of a moment before the Sun Priestess arrives that I would like to give you just in case, but it's very quiet, right? And it's just this, and there's actually sound in this space, and it is the sound of space, right? Because space actually is not necessarily quiet. It's enough, like, we've heard, you can hear that it's very
Freaky sounds.
yeah. And these sounds are being brought into this particular chamber, the star chamber, as it were, so that you can commune with the universe in this way. So there's this like sort of light, strange sounds that sometimes sound like weird wails or like weird white noise, like odd sounds that are coming in. It's the sound of the universe, right? And you can see it, and it's just, you are all there, and the Sun Priestess will arrive shortly. I will note there is viridian in this chamber. They're like wall sconces that are like encrusted with, like, imagine that the circular chamber surrounding it is like a ring of viridian in different kinds of symbols.
Okay.
Right? Like,
That's pretty cool.
It's like an inlay, you know what I mean? But the inlay involves like let's say a mystical circle of viridian, although I don't know yes, that's just what it is. Or for those who don't realize what it is, emeralds.
Mm-hmm.
I think Terrica just like weaves their fingers through vowels underneath the table, and they're just very quiet.
Is this some sort of performance art?
No, hopefully not.
The Sun Priestess arrives.
As soon as they walk in, Val would like gently squeeze Terrica's hand. That's it.
The Sun Priestess is quite tall, and she's all dressed in black and with pink for nurturing, of course, but then also some of the mysteries. So there's like purple, right? And lavender, amethyst. It's like a mix of like home, mysteries, and nurturing. And she steps forward. I sense that you have come for something that distresses you. A relationship, I think?
I don't have a good way to describe it, but there's a piece of Lady Hill stuck inside of me, and I want to get it out. And there's a lot of Lady Hill that does not need to be given back to Drinax. But perhaps there is still some good, and if it could be...
She closes her eyes. She waits. She opens her eyes. So this is about a relationship. Admiral, I sense that you are the one most rooted in Liege Terrica in some way. the resonances between you and Liege Terrica are strongest. If you would sit in the chair opposite of Liege Terrica, this will help this process greatly. You two, looking at Val and Quint, are you here for the journey to help shepherd?
I think so.
I'm here for them.
To shepherd for the journey, they will need aid.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever Terrica needs.
Admiral Severance, this will be somewhat difficult for you. These sorts of rituals are not done often. We shall see what the journey brings.
I'm sorry,
Treat
Severance.
me like it's my first time.
You don't have to if you
This-
don't want to, Severance.
I watched a show for Quint. I'll do whatever this is for you.
And the Sun Priestess starts rolling out this fine, rich tapestry. Cut to, we're going to do a bit of a layered montage. There's this great, everyone is gathering for the investiture, and music is playing, and there are a number of people coming up for the investiture. This, by the way, is tomorrow night. We're going to cut back and forth as people are sort of moving forward to stand up for these things. Come back here the night before. The Sun Priestess pulls out the divination deck. This is about a relationship. And whenever there is a relationship in crisis, there must be a reading. We must reach to the sun to find what the sun shall give us. Are you ready?
Yes.
Admiral Severance, you stand for Lady Hill. Are you ready?
I don't know what this means. Stand for.
It means that Lady Hill will speak through you cosmically.
I lower my head and raise my eyes towards Terrica in like a is this okay with you? Are you sure you want this sort of thing? Is it like a check-in?
I think what you see back into it, they'll do like a slight nod of their head, but what you see in their eyes is like this resolution. Like this is the only path that they can see forward.
There will be questions asked at the end. And so, we shall begin. And the Sun Priestess, in her long robes, takes this deck, this divination deck, and begins to set the cards for the joint reading. Places first a card face down that is right in front of Terrica, and then places a card face down in front of Severance. These two cards represent that which is hidden, your secrets, Liege Terrica, and your secrets, Lady Hill. It is that which you do not wish to reveal. Your shame, your secrets, your fears, whatever it is that you are hiding from one another in this relationship. This, wrong one, lays out two cards. Sun and shadow. These two cards represent who you are in this moment. Who you are as a being is encompassed in how you treat yourself and how you treat others. It is both sun and shadow. This is who you are and what you bring into this relationship. We're going to put Terrica at top, and we're going to put Lady Hill at bottom. And now, finally, the foundation that you have built together. Here, left and right, are what you give to each other and what you take from each other in this relationship. And finally, the center, which is the crisis, the focus, that which you must either embrace or abandon for this relationship to resolve as it needs to. We do not know if this is in sun or shadow. That is the fate the coin of fate will decide. Whatever the focus is, sun or shadow, so is what is hidden. Both of you have coins of fate, but only one of you may flip this coin to decide, of the two of you, who controls the fate of the other, who will take that control, whoever chooses. It is telling and revealing. Liege Terrica, Lady Hill, which of you will toss your coin to decide?
Terrica pulls their coin that they always have in their pocket out and tosses it.
I've done a new thing. You will notice there is a deck that is visible for you right now, which looks like has a coin on it, if you see.
Mm-hmm.
If you drag it onto the table, that gives you what the answer is.
Oh, shadow. Wait, is that shadow or is that sun?
That is correct. That is shadow. Because it's the eclipse. Your focus is in shadow, and this means that your secrets are also in shadow.
Was that rolled?
Yes, it's a deck of cards with only 2 cards, and it always gives you a random one. So it'll randomly give you either. It's my new innovation, everybody.
Ooh.
So exciting. I know, I'm so excited about it.
Nice.
So let us begin. First, we will reveal who each of you is, who you are. We were going to flip these here. Now, I've got to reverse things in my head. Things go sun and shadow. So, Lady Hill, your sun is gold. This represents yourself, how you see yourself, your relationship to yourself. And gold is the color of mourning, loss. It is a distant loss. Your relationship to yourself is one of death. Interesting. Your relationship to others here is blue in shadow, which is an absolute lack of joy, of friends, of connection. For yourself, what you bring to this relationship is loss of yourself, and to others, complete poverty of connection. Liege Terrica, what do you bring who you are in this moment? In your sun is amethyst. This is transparent. It is expertise. Your relationship to yourself is through open knowledge, skill. You seem to value your training and being good at what you do. But your relationship to others is destruction. A loss much deeper, profound. A wound, it is argent. A wound so deep. And at that moment, we can see Quint walking up to the investiture to be knighted. Right, and as everything is sort of blowing, the princess had sent you a letter, a message saying everything was arranged. You can have the arm that was promised after you get your revenge.
Interesting.
The princess saw in your mind and knew exactly what was promised and exactly what you wanted.
She knows what Severence promised. Yeah.
Absolutely. And right, and everybody's there looking at Quint. We come back here. Next is what is a shared base. Lady Hill, the card on your left is the sun, and it is what you bring to this relationship to give.
Oh, that's me, right? Yes. And he flips over the card.
And on your right, it is your shadow, what you will receive from this relationship. Liege Terrica, as you sit opposite, it is exactly the opposite. What is Lady Hill's sun is your shadow, and what is your shadow is Lady Hill's sun. Lady Hill, you have Rose.
Oh, yes.
What you give is thriving. You have given in order to try so that Drinax or this one, your child, will grow. What you receive from this relationship is hate. It is viridian in shadow. You have tried to give thriving and you receive in return hate. Liege Terrica, viridian is in sun for you. What you gave to this relationship was love. But what you received was a grievous wound, abandonment, and lack of nurturing. Yes. Now, the focus of the relationship that we're trying to resolve here and now, in shadow. What this card is black. It is ebony. Ebony in shadow, which is shelter. This here, sheltering, is the focus of this question of this relationship in this moment that you must think upon. You must either give shelter, give, or overcome. It is the hearth and the home that is the focus on the crux of this relationship. As if one shelters the other, perhaps. This is, however, not the end. Each of you holds a card in secret. I will ask each of you to take this card into your hand, but not reveal it. You can just take the card. Right-click and take it.
Right-click, take it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I must have the wrong thing on. There we go.
Yeah. And the arrow.
When you look at your card, know that this card represents what you are hiding, and it is in shadow. Now, in this moment, the question must be asked. Do you reveal to the other what it is you are hiding, or do you keep it in shadow? Do you bring your secrets into the sun, or do you hold them against your chest? And you must say out loud, if you bring this secret into the sun or if you keep it into the shadow. and both sun and shadow reveal. Do you reveal, or do you hide this secret?
What am I
Do you
supposed
keep
to
it
do?
close? You must say what you will do. Do you share this secret that you are holding close to your chest with Liege
No.
Terrica, or do you keep this to your grave?
This isn't me, though. Yes, this is
Isn't
Lady
it?
Hill.
It is. But you stand for Lady Hill in this moment. Do you reveal your secrets, or do you keep them?
Can Terrica look at their card before they decide? Because I actually
Absolutely.
think they would. Okay.
Absolutely. You both can look at your cards, but you cannot reveal them to the other unless you decide to reveal them or not.
Oh, that is a super interesting card. And how do we know if it's in sun or shadow?
It's in shadow because
the coin of fate.
Oh, okay.
Because the coin of fate is in shadow. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is really interesting.
I have to look at my colors.
Mm-hmm.
I think...
Liege Terrica, do you reveal your secrets to the sun, or do you keep them in shadow? And these secrets are the secrets that are the crux of your relationship. As you say that, we see Baron Severence at the investiture, stepping up. And a seal, quite ancient, a viridian brooch, is placed upon Severence, and a brown mantle is placed over Severance's shoulders. As the king says, "You are hereby elevated. Severance, Earl, Admiral, leader of the Royal Drinaxian Expeditionary Force. You are now the shield and the sword of Drinax without, just as the Admiral of the Royal Navy and Star Guard is the shield and sword of Drinax within. You are now elevated. And in this moment, in the future, Severance, you are full of this sense of psionic power. As everyone in the room loses a psionic point, as they concentrate on you, and the brooch that is being pinned upon you grows warm and beats like a heart, and you feel yourself connected to something much, much larger. Back in the divination, in the star chamber, Liege Terrica, do you hide? Do you place into shadow or sun your secrets?
At this point, is Lady Hill still... do they still have the sliver inside of them?
Mm-hmm. They do.
Well, we're going to roll for it then. We're going to stick with what we've been doing because that's been interesting. They turn the card face up. And,
If you would draw your card onto the table and then turn it face up.
there we go.
I need you to roll intellect.
Okay.
Does this count as copper?
This one up there? Yes, it's copper.
Yeah, that's copper.
Thank you.
Would you roll for me
Cool.
psionic strength and persuade or diplomacy? Either one. At a bane, by the way.
At a bane. Ooh, okay. I'm going to do diplomacy because I think that's more their jam. Well, kind of.
Good. You almost don't put the card down. You intend to, right? It is your intent to put the card down. The difficulty, by the way, was a 6 because you actually are in control of this body. You just made it, by the way.
Oh my god, that would have been so bad and great. Bad and great.
It was a Bane because you have a shard in you that does not want to put that card down. Never wants to reveal cards ever, 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 ever. Never reveal anything ever.
That's what I thought. That's what I was going for.
But you are able to control your will on this moment and place the card down.
Is it a place or is it a throw?
It's a place down. It's to reveal.
Okay, I'm just looking at the
it does make a difference.
Yeah,
it does make a difference.
Yeah.
It is a place, and
Terrica's... Is it an offer or is it a throwing? Yeah, okay.
Terrica's hand is literally physically shaking in Val's like under the table. The hand that's under the table is physically shaking as they turn this card over.
Before I say what this will mean, Lady Hill, Severence, you are being addressed as Lady Hill. It is still you, but there is another presence here. Do you place your secret that you bring in this relationship into sun or shadow? Do you reveal or do you keep hidden?
He looks up at Terrica. He's deep in thought.
They're not giving any sort of like do this or don't do that. They look like in that moment they probably look like they're about 6, really young and terrified.
I place the card face down on the table. Hopefully this is face down.
It will automatically start face down.
How do I put it back on the table?
Just drag it.
I'm trying.
Should be able to.
Let me move back over to the...
I think if maybe you open it and then drag it from the little pop-up. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, he places it on the table, sort of like haphazardly on top of the other cards. His finger is on it.
If you intend to turn it over, you will have to roll.
And then he looks up at Terrica, and then he takes his hand off. I will leave it in shadow. That's what my character would do.
And so the secrets remain in shadow. We will never know that which will stay hidden. But Liege Terrica, you are copper. Copper and shadow is the open gate. You lay yourself open and vulnerable in this moment. You offer a gift. Dr. Morrissey, the gate is open. You must remove that which does not belong. Do you stand so?
He would just nod.
Please roll your psionic strength.
Woo.
And you may roll it with your medicine.
Oh.
Oh, well, hell yeah.
Ooh.
Ruby? Is that you?
Do I get a boon or anything? Or
This is, because it's the open gate, you get a boon. If this had not been in shadow, you would not have gotten a boon, you would have gotten a bane. If it had been the wall, which is the sun, this would have been at a bane. But because it is If it had been not revealed, it would have been a bane. If it had been in sun, it would have been a bane, but it is revealed and in shadow, the open gate, you have a boon.
Lucky 13.
Ooh.
Nice. That's what we like.
Please hold on to that. I'm going to have a description from you.
Yeah, hold on to the 13. Yeah, there you go.
Quint Vesper. Here we see in the future, the next night, Terrica stepping up towards the investiture with the prince, the princesses, and the king standing before them with the Rapenhausen rapier, the ancestral one, back in the chamber. Quint Vesper, who stands beside Lady Hill. Lady Hill has kept her secrets in shadow. Lady Hill will end this relationship, but wishes to take something of theirs with them. Liege Terrica has asked that which is unhealthy be left aside. You are needed here, if you will stand, to separate that which festers from that which will grow. Are you prepared?
I will do my best.
Psionic strength?
I used to not have a negative in this.
Mm-hmm.
Psionic, just a straight psionic strength?
No, we need a skill.
Okay, good. That's very helpful.
For you,
Uh-huh.
it will have to be your craft, your dance.
Oh, that's awkward.
Is there any way that Val could help with this?
No.
Dance
it's your
medical.
Circus Solomoni, I believe, right? Unless you have a better choice for that one.
No, the only
At
other
least
thing...
you cannot help just yet, Val. There might be a help after the roll is done.
Yeah.
I will ask you about it.
The only other skill that I had in mind, the first thing that popped up was streetwise.
Do you have recon?
I do not have recon.
Streetwise?
That I can use.
Streetwise,
yeah, I was thinking
but the P is
streetwise
silent.
because you're trying to.
This
trying to suss out what's healthy, what's not. It's kind of like a
Here's what I'm going to say to you. Absolutely not. Except.
Uh-huh.
Normally I would say no.
Absolutely
Except
not.
that Lady Hill
was a little
is a
skeezy.
spy.
Yeah.
Well, Lady Hill's a spy. Lady Hill works in this kind of deception.
I was a spy. Where do you think I got all this streetwise from?
Yes. So I will say you can use streetwise. However, you are at a bane because Lady Hill has kept those things in shadow.
Okay. Well, it's better than the Cirque would be right now at a bane. Let's give it that much. It just made sense. It felt spy-y. So.
It only if Lady Hill were not Lady Hill, I would say no. But Lady Hill is Lady Hill, and Lady Hill is all
We're
about
both
that
spies.
skeeziness.
I get it.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
All right, rolling at a bane.
Mm-hmm.
I did select bane, right? I did. Okay, good. Just make sure before I hit go. I'll add luck to it.
Before you do.
Okay.
Before you do, I just want to revel in the fail.
No. Val offered to help in this moment. Val, do you still offer to help? And I will point out that in this moment, both Val and Quint are sweating. Right?
Yeah.
They're both sweating.
It's like I just did silent seppuku at myself 2 days ago. And I'm a little
But it's spelled
and now you're trying to do
I'm
I assume Terrica can't help with this, but if I'm wrong, let me know.
You cannot. The only person who could help is Val. And not just because Val and Quint are the seconds for this procedure, but also for another reason. You would like to help? Yes, that's exactly correct. Okay. Val, please take away, not permanently, one of your psionic points.
Sure thing.
Yeah, who do you think you are, Quint?
This psionic point will not heal for a while, however, because this is actually something a little bit more serious.
Oh.
I would like you all
But
of
it's
you
not permanent
to
like
each
mine.
You want me to drop my rating down just so I remember?
Mhm.
Yeah, yes, if you would. This is going to take a while for you to heal for this one.
It's
I
been
would
on the
like to
luck.
begin the description to end our session. Terrica, please describe the ways in which you open yourself psionically. What does it look like in this space? Where are we?
We're among the stars. It's as if all of the room has fallen away and we've just stepped into the stars. Remember how Terrica's mind space used to be between Drinax's sun and Drinax and in the stars? That's exactly where they are right now. And this they look like them when they were 6. Very young, very terrified, but very innocent and like a lot of hope at the same time. And a lot of love. Like it's almost shining out of every crevice. And when everyone steps into this space, they're there and they're holding this shard that in Terrica's hands probably would be not, but like in this child's hands looks huge, right? It's this just massive, and they're like kind of, it's too heavy for them, right?
And it cuts into their hands a little bit because it's sharp. Prickly.
Absolutely. Their hands are starting to like drip blood, but every other time we've seen Terrica in their mind space before now, they went from like bloody hands to red gloves. This is just their hands right now. This is just only their hands. There's no bloody gloves or anything like that. But they are dressed entirely in long black robes, and they have a cape right behind them. Oh no, my headset just died.
Perfect timing.
I know.
Mm-hmm. Val, if I may, you may, I would like to offer, and you may know if you like, I would offer that in this moment, you are what, 11 or 12 years old? You are also young Val in this moment, if you would take that offer.
Absolutely, sure.
And you are here. And your friend is hurting and cannot carry this by themselves. What do you do? This burden is too much.
He would move over and support them, share the load as much as possible, but not take away the agency associated with it.
Yeah. If it is given, you are the vessel to remove it. You are to take it away. If they can let it go.
Terrica, are you ready?
And on the other side is Lady Hill, who stands. A mystery, really. No one knows what she feels or thinks, or if she loves or doesn't love. She stands cold, very tall, very Charlize Theron as the Ice Queen sort of a thing. And on the side of Lady Hill is a small boy. Young. Urchin. Kind of artful dodger. No, it's Quint, actually. Hair cut short. Quint, you are behind Lady Hill.
Probably the busted
Just.
nose due to my recent psionic seppuku. I just look beat up
Mhm.
psionically.
And from behind Lady Hill, because you're right behind them, where their coin purse would be, you know?
Yeah.
You can see behind them rot. Like their flesh is rotting and there is something festering. There's an illness. There's some kind of something terrible. And you can see that that terrible thing is seeping into this crystal. That it's this disease, this rot is in there. And it's going from the back of Lady... The front is perfect. But the back is rotting. And you can see that Val is going to take this crystal away. But if he does, the rot will go with it and will poison wherever it goes.
Yep.
How are you going to take it away? How are you going to fix that problem?
Well,
Sneaky.
little urchin, sneaky Quint is gonna reach down on the neck.
About how old?
Probably like 7, 6, 7. He's gonna pull out a little knife, the knife that Quint still carries around her neck today, and just try to cut the thread of corruption like you would try to cut a purse.
As you reach towards this purse, you're not going to be seen. You're good. You're very good.
So good.
And right before you get there, you feel this great pain. You're about to sever this cord, right? This connection. You're going to cut the connection, just destroy that connection.
Yep.
And right before you cut this connection, there's like an echo of something.
Yeah.
And it's like if you cut it, you would cut yourself. You would kill yourself. You couldn't do it. And there's like a moment of freezing. And it's like you don't have the power. You're not grounded enough. If only you had some kind of, you've lost the knife. The knife is such a connection for you, and it's not in your hands. You don't know where it is. You're beginning to panic. There's like I don't know how you're feeling inside, but there's like a hyperventilation kind of thing going on.
There is no knife. Quint internally is panicking. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Val.
It's Quint's prized possession.
You see, no one else can see Rapscallion Quint. They're very good at hiding in the shadows. And you don't necessarily see them, but you feel somebody from your same home, somebody from your same blood, somebody who is connected to you in some way, and you can see it. And you see that they're missing the knife. And you see the knife at your foot. It's this very sharp knife. Wicked. And you can tell that they need it.
Val would, hearkening back to his days in the fields and the farm, where he was not just relying on his hands as a surgeon, but his whole body to be able to make things heal and make the land work. And he would, even as the young boy that he is, he would move his boot underneath the blade, and he would say, knowing full well that this is Quint, he would say, "Hey, friend," and he kicks the knife through the air towards them.
Quint, you catch it perfectly. Val, that knife is wicked. And you're not wearing shoes, as it turns out. And there's a wicked cut on your foot when you kick it over. And there's a wound that you know is a deep wound. That was a sacrifice you made to get that knife over to them. As you bleed. Quint.
Knife
And
in
Lady
hand,
Hill
the panic
will
subsides.
say nothing. Will say nothing. There is a secret. There's something. There's some kind of understanding that could be given, and they will not. They will not. Do you cut the connection that gives this toxicity into the shard?
Yes.
Describe it.
Knife back in hand, the panic that was threatening to just overflow. Quint calms. It's immediately soothed and subsided, like a kid who skins at their knee and is immediately given a warm hug by a parent. That's the feeling of holding this knife gives to Quint, and takes a deep breath, and then goes in. And the streets are tough, lady. Like, look, sometimes you get shanked. That happens to me many times. You know, Quint looks pretty busted up right now, and just goes in, and like they've done it 1,000 times before, as if to go cut a purse string and run, just, but it's the thread of corruption.
And so it is cut. Lady Hill
Nudge the
speaks.
shard free. Yeah.
Never speaks. Never speaks. And it's not just because Cord is not here. It's because their lips are sewn shut. And you can see it in this moment. And the corruption stops bleeding into this shard, which sort of goes from this kind of bleached white. It starts getting a bit of a green to it. Terrica, it cannot go anywhere until you release it. Until you open the gate. And pass that burden off to be taken away.
I really want Terrica to let go of it. We have rolled for everything moving up to this point.
You've already
so
rolled.
We're gonna roll for this too.
You've already rolled.
But is that what that was what the
That is
okay.
exactly
well then
what it
in
was.
that case, Terrica
You've made the roll, my friend.
Because they're here on one side, right? And Val is on the other side, like holding the other end of it. And they're just going to go, they will look up at Lady Hill and just say, I want nothing to do with you. And they'll drop the shard and step back, almost like a kid, like who dropped like a glass plate and it just shattered in front of them. They've got that kind of like look on their face as they're like stepping back.
As you step back and you look into Lady Hill's eyes and you see the stitches on their mouth, that they're stitched shut. And you can tell that the stitches are the exact same kind of needlework that Grand Lady Hill would do.
Like those little sickly roses that she used to put on all of the doilies. It's just rose, 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 rose.
And you can see that Lady Hill has tears streaming down her face, but she cannot speak at all. There may have been something that she wanted to say. She may have wanted to make amends, but she cannot speak or move. And the shard drops. You drop it, you let it go. Through an act of vulnerability and through the open gate. Something you know and you've been taught since you were very young you should never do. You should never be vulnerable. You should never trust anyone to do anything for you or let anyone know how anyone feels about you. No one can know who you care about, who you love. No one can know what you feel, what you think. You can never say anything. You must always keep it hidden. Always. That's the only way to keep it safe. You must sew your mouth and your heart shut, but keep your eyes open. Never let anyone do anything for you. Always by yourself and alone.
Terrica looks over at Val. They don't say anything. but it's just this look of like, it's a look of thank you. And if they could see Quint, they would give them this same look. It would be a, can they see Quint? No, you said they can't see Quint, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The shadows.
Val, you are the courier. They have let go. It is your job to take this away.
Can I bring Terrica and Quint with me where I'm going?
Yes, you may.
Well, he will take it, and his hand would linger on Terrica's. I got this. And when he turns around, they're all standing on the coast of a beautiful beach. It is nighttime, and it is brilliant, and there is a village just off on the hillside overlooking this fantastic ocean, and it dances with the magic of old Mexico. It is covered in the tans and the brilliant rainbow colors of life and music that drifts. And he looks way up at the silenced Lady Hill. I have brought you here. This is my home. This is a seam. Until I met your child, it was the thing that was most dear to me. You may have it, so you can learn to speak and sing and laugh. See and walk these fields. They are free now. And when we come, maybe you can say what needs to be said.
The shard bleached argent, slowly, as if the opposite of bleaching, slowly turning green from white. Slowly the argent, sickly, bone pale whiteness begins to sort of like leach out of it, and that kind of natural color of green of life slowly growing. It'll take a while, but the toxicity has been removed, and it is slowly healing. And the Lady Hill you see starts to crumble, and you can see Severence behind Lady Hill. And Quint, you're there. You have the knife. You get that point back, the psionic strength. It is returned, yes.
What?
And it comes from Val as he reconnects you to Terra, because he is also partially Terra at this moment in his Viridian arm. And that sacrifice that he made connects you back, not through the mask, but through Terra itself.
Okay.
Could Val do one last thing?
Absolutely.
Val, as soon as he sees Lady Hill begin to dissolve or crumble, is there any way that he could, I know this is crazy, is there any way that he could stop it when she's the same age as the rest of them? Like
yes.
Her adult form until she is a child again.
Yeah.
Then when that occurs, he would look
By the
at
way,
her.
She's wearing the most perfect, stiff, and very uncomfortable white dress. right? It's that kind of dress like Victorian urchin, like Victorian girls wear that are super uncomfortable. It's all stays and boning, and like it is that kind of thing that does not feel good to wear. It's the kind of thing that you can't sit down on, and you clearly can never get it dirty, right? It's
this is Val's space though, right?
Yeah, but that's what, when she's aged down, that's what she's been put in by her parents, right? And that's what she sort of emerges at when you stop her. But it is Val's space.
And he would look at that for a moment, look at Terrica and look at Quint, look at Severance, and he would smile. And if he could, he would change her garb to that of what he wore when he was a child running through these fields, the loose garb, the garb that would keep you warm at the cool nights of the sea, and the garb that you could layer off when the sun beat down in the fields, to learn the land, to be the land, to learn to speak. And then he would turn to Terrica and Quint and Severance and Lady Hill, and he would produce his arms up to the sky and the brilliant heavens above, and he would tell them all, "These are my diamonds."
Lady Hill looks like she's never worn clothing like this before. Like she doesn't quite know what to do if she's not exceptionally constrained and observed at all times. And she's a kid, she's a kid who's never been able to play. And she doesn't quite know what to do with herself. And she still has these stitches. And she just looks up at Terrica. Like, who are you? That look of like, who are you? And she walks up to Terrica. And by the way, she's got these like blonde ringlets, a kind of a hairdo that is far too, but it's like loosening up. But like it was like everything about her was sort of constructed by her parents to be perfect. And it's sort of loosening up. And she just walks up to Terrica. She's still stitched shut. And she just looks at Terrica. She looks at them like, who are you? Are you a friend? Can't say anything though. But
can I cut
just
the
like
stitches?
I was just about to ask if Terrica could take Quint's knife, but if Quint wants to do it, that's totally
Oh,
fine.
you're not taking Quint. You're getting shanked before you take Quint's knife, and even in Cyanax space. Yeah, because Quint feels a little more secure psionically now. Like the fresh blood that was all the fresh bruises, maybe they look like they've healed a little bit, and it's dried now.
I'm going to ask a question.
Is
First, roll your melee.
Yes, I can do that. Melee. Do you want melee blade with psionic strength?
Yes, please.
Okay. At a bane? Normal.
No.
Okay. Normal.
Actually, at a boon. Actually,
Okay.
neutral. Neutral at the
Normal,
moment.
Okay.
Because I have to ask Terrica a question.
Okay. Blade, psionic strength, melee, normal. Okay. 8. And I will put 2 points of luck into that.
This is good enough to do it. However, as you put the blade against the lips, the little girl starts freaking out a little bit, starts beginning to panic. And this will go very badly, very quickly, unless I get an answer to this question. Terrica. This person who is your mother, or was your mother, or a piece of your mother, is beginning to panic at the idea of having their mouth freed, afraid that they'll get in trouble. And they're going to fight this out of instinct that is generational trauma.
That's how we get the Joker.
Only you can stop this.
How I got these scars?
Only you. You're the only one that can calm Lady Hill so that this might happen. And so I'm going to ask you, do you calm Lady Hill so that Lady Hill does not struggle, so that this does not become a lot bloodier than it would be? This is your choice, but let me tell you what the choice is. You do not calm Lady Hill, and the mouth stays shut. There's blood. There's harm to Lady Hill, but not to you, I suppose, depending on how you're feeling in your soul. If you calm Lady Hill, the threads will be cut, and Lady Hill can open their mouth, and you might hear something you may not want to hear. You might hear something you want to hear, or something that you don't. It depends on how afraid you are of what it is that might come out of Lady Hill's mouth.
So before you said all of that, I actually had made my decision, but now I'm more cemented in it. Terrica doesn't have the influence of Lady Hill in their head anymore. It's just
That is correct.
Terrica.
That is correct.
So they reach their hands forward and they carefully take her hands in their hands. And they just look at her quietly. This isn't a like loving, accepting. It's not, there's no acceptance in these eyes, but there is a lot of like, it's going to be okay.
Young Lady Hill stills herself. Quint. The threads are cut. Then Lady Hill opens her mouth to speak, maybe for the first time ever in her life. And she says simply, and out of her mouth pours tears.
Terrica, like, when Lady Hill like started to speak, they definitely took a step back. And as the tears come, they take one more step back. And then
the
they'll
tears
step
flow onto the ground, just flows from their mouth.
And then they'll step forward and pull out, oh, what color do I want to use? They're going to pull out an orange handkerchief. Copper. Yeah.
And she takes it as she's wailing, and she places this handkerchief against her chest as the water flows from her mouth. And as it hits the ground, it hits a seam. And little bits of flowers begin to grow where the tears hit the earth. They're very small. They'll take a while to fully bloom. She probably needs to weep quite a lot for this to happen. But as she does, she squeezes Terrica's hands in a way. There was a time when Lady Hill would squeeze Terrica's hands, and it was always to get Terrica to shut up in public. Mm-hmm. Don't say anything, right? It's a very kind of sharp, cruel, like don't you say anything in public. That kind of like, be contained. But this is soft, actually. The bulk of this Lady Hill is clearly in pain and suffering and needs to. But the little hands of Lady Hill have a tenderness and a love that I don't think Terrica felt since they were about 6 or 7 years old. This Lady Hill is fractured still, but you can see the vines of a seam come to grow over her toes. Life. As she starts to sink into the earth. And you can tell she wants to say words, but she can't. Not yet. And she tries to hold on to Terrica's hands as long as possible. She doesn't look afraid, though. Her eyes look relieved. Until she becomes one with a seam.
Goodbye.
And the king says, "Do you step forward to take upon the house of Rapenhausen to yourself?"
Yes. But this is a Rippenhausen that has not existed before.
Everything is always renewed as the planet moves around the sun. Nothing is ever the same as it was. And so you are invested. And you can feel as everyone in the crowd loses a point of psionic power as it flows into Terrica. Quint. The princess asks, "Do you take your space as a knight of Drinax?" And she has in her hand a black handkerchief as well as the brown stole. "I offer you shelter under my name. In addition to the brown of your promotion. Do you take them both?"
How do I counteroffer here effectively?
You're in public in front of everybody.
I know.
If Quint pauses, oh man,
There's a slight
Terrica's super
pause of
loyal to
surprise,
Rao.
but Quint thinks of a way that maybe Quint could get out of this. Quint will say, "I will accept the knightage and possibly your very generous offer, but I would like to get a reading done between the both of us by the Sun Priestess due to my, perhaps some might consider, slightly dubious past. Make it seem like I might not be worthy of you, so we should get a reading done, and maybe it'll be terrible and you'll change your mind." It'll seem like I'm trying, real hard to be smooth in the culture.
She smiles. She who knows exactly everything you've done in your past.
Absolutely.
For that.
And I'm
She
not
smiles and
saying it for her sake. I'm saying it for
I know,
the crowd.
for the crowd. Mm-hmm.
She knows
and she
too.
knows it. And she knows it. And she says, "And that is only a proper thing for a Drinaxian knight to ask." And she smiles. "And so you are knighted." And this rapier comes out. And she knights you with both shoulders. And this rapier has a Drinaxian, has a Viridian hilt. And she hands you then the rapier.
Okay.
As your own.
Oh, fancy. Oh, snap.
You are now knighted. It is so. It is done. And as they all, and then there are a couple other, and then the person who's going to become invested now as the new counselor for Drinax is also invested. There are a couple of investitures that happen. And we see the scholar step beside Val and say, "We should talk at some point. I've spoken to the prince." And there's a bit of a montage. The scholar says, "When you return, young
Places
Val."
to go.
Of course, you studied under the scholar when you were in schooling. And the scholar's like, "When you return, young Master Valentine Morrissey." And they smile at you. "I think I still have some of your homework to return." And
Val would simply say, as he's probably in the back, he's not even anywhere near any of the shit. He would say, "Return. That's a good thing." And he would turn and leave. But whenever he would walk out of the doors of the area, his feet would touch the sands of a beach as he walks along the coastline.
And we see supplies being loaded up onto the ship. Greebs being put down in the on the surface of the planet for the Vespexers to have a better life.
Bye-bye, Greebs. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye now.
Walker, Hexus, the Hexus Walker Ranger, the Ranger Walker, sort of like staying where the people need it to protect themselves from these terrible jumping cockroaches that are like 20 feet tall.
Hey, maybe the Greebs. I think those Greebs could hunt some cockroaches. You know what I'm saying?
And
Now
the ship
listen,
itself,
wait a minute. Hold on one quick second. Cord isn't here. I want to ask the group.
Yes.
Do we want to keep his favorite Greeb and put it in his room?
I kind of want to, but Terrica was serious about getting him a
Severance
stuffy.
But Severance really wanted these Greebs. Like
It's true.
He didn't want to say he wanted them, but he really wanted the
Never
Greebs.
spends time with them. He doesn't feed
It's
them.
Wesley. It's Wesley.
It's all Wesley.
It's Wesley and Quint. Quint doesn't
But
have
the
time.
Dadmiral wanted one of those.
I know.
I think we all chip in and we get him a Greeb plushie and we put that on his bed.
And I will note,
I will reserve judgment as to whether or not Val has secreted one away.
That tracks. That tracks.
Love that.
there will also be the investiture in that investiture of Wesley must be officially invested as your ward amongst the eyes of all of Drinax, so they have that in their mind.
Because Terrica wanted to adopt Wesley, offer him the option for adoption. Could that be a part of that as well?
That is
if he wanted to have the full. Okay.
Yeah, and it has to be in the investiture for it to cosmically work. And when it happens, you have a better sense, and he does not know, but you know that there is now a cosmic link between you in the collective unconscious of all of Drinax. And this is how nobility passes from one to the next. He is now noble, and now he is invested with all of the ability to be a conduit when he grows, because Drinaxian society recognizes him as your heir. Right? So and now they think about it and they dream about it. And all those thoughts and whispers you heard on number 1, they now include him. Right? And all of these things are part of the collective unconscious. And I would say to end it, go ahead, please.
Oh, if there was the opportunity, Terrica would do some sort of diplomatic speech that's all about unity and using the opportunity as. Oh, okay. I didn't prepare for this. Here we go.
In iambic pentameter, if you please.
Iambic pentameter.
Just give the first sentence and then drone off as everybody drinks in.
Just
this.
It would be. This is a new line of Rappenhausen, one comprised of unity, one not comprised of direct lineage, but of merit and status and what you have done, one comprised of connecting with people who are different than you and stepping into a new world where we are stronger together, not because of where we came from, but because of who we are today and where we are going.
Would you like this to work?
Absolutely.
Roll your psionic strength.
Cool.
And diplomacy.
Psionic strength, diplomacy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Clicking all the buttons. Hey!
Please permanently remove one of your psionic strength points.
Okay.
As you weaken the ancestral connections that keep this collective conscious together, you are making a case that lineages should be broken, and the flow of energy that goes back millennia that keeps this working should be weakened. And you are successful in so doing.
No, Terrica's making a case that Terrica's trying to make the case that lineage is something that is gifted, not something that is born into.
Right, but that actually goes against how the collective unconscious works. You're weakening, and then we may no longer have nobility. Like, it's one of those things, like you're weakening the ways that the timeline, the time frame, that the ability for people to be able to collect those things over time by fracturing the line, by saying anyone can come into it in this way. This ends up meaning that, like, it's the reason why, like, dictators don't get to be conduits long term, right? Because there's no long term connection. But you are moving one step away from the collective unconscious. You're putting a chip in it in its own way.
There we go.
Terrica may get what they wish, but what is the consequence of that is a different thing altogether. But you make a case that we should let go of those ties, and it does have some impact, as that there's a bit of weakness there that happens, or we can call it freedom. Either way, and I think we montage it to the ship, packed up, everybody on it, leaving Drinax to head to the stars.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye now.
To head towards and the ship itself has the Viridian on it, and everybody goes to see the ship off, and the Viridian that's built into the hull now, as the entire floating palace dreams of this ship as it heads off into space. The vein of Viridian begins to pulse and glow with the collective unconscious of the entire floating palace and those on Drinax, and the ship itself begins to gain a little bit of magic. That's the end of our session, everybody. Next week, we're in Torpal. So, if you all would, I need you all to say who you are, where we can find you, and then give some love as you all make your way to Torpal, with a ship that is now more empowered, because it is now a focus. The ship itself has become a focus for Drinax. But people, there's been a lot of exchange going on, so let's do it. Let's start with Lindy. Who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hi, today Laugh Love Lindy. My love, I love Greg, just generically, in general. I think Greg's great. He actually helped out Quint today and smiled at Quint. Quint's like, maybe he doesn't hate me, or it's a long con. I don't know what to believe. But that's the one, yeah. and I'm here for it. My love for Cord, just Severance getting promoted to Earl. You go, guy. Keep getting them titles. My love for Terrica for getting unpossessed. That was great. Good job. We don't have to stage the ship anymore. And then, of course, my love for Trooper for making all the cool stuff like that sick Drinaxian tarot reading. That was awesome. And you can find me online, laughlovelindy. You can find me next Sunday at Perks Square Thesmophoria's channel for some Greyhawk shenanigans, where I'm a paladin of maybe evil and maybe got possessed myself. Monday, we're skipping this Monday's aliens because Travis has a work thing, but the 28th, I think it is. It's the Monday after next. And then Tuesday we will have Ghost of Saltmarsh, and Wednesday Tracks of Terror. Spoilers, dinosaurs. That's all I have to say.
Lindy, Quint has been reconnected through to Terra via Val's sacrifice, but as Quint, not as the quintessential
version. Interesting. I've got some notes to make.
Right? You are no longer a faceless entity with no identity. It is you who's connected to Terra. Because,
interesting.
Yes, because Val helped make that sacrifice. Val will heal, but you are reconnected. Reconnected by Val, played by Greg. Greg, who are you, and where can we find you? And give some love.
Hey everybody, my name is Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here on Travelers, the Pirates of Drinax. I am a gambler through and through, just as everybody is in chat. Friends, I actually had my chat popped up there for the last 30 minutes and was able to follow along with all you lovely people. Thank you so much for being awesome, being so supportive, funny, and just all around great people to hang out with. And that goes for everybody, all the faces you see here, plus the faces of Myth, plus the faces of Rocket Fox, the absolute greatest crew that would ever let a schmuck like me fly with them. Speaking of flying with me, if you want to come and hang out with the schmuck like me for a little bit longer, you can find me over on YouTube as Warp Reactor. I just started Babylon 5 and I am deep down that motherfucking rabbit hole. Holy shit, is that show good? So if you want to come hang out, we'll be doing that one. Strange New Worlds is starting. I have my Andor jacket on tonight because Andor season 2 starts a week from Tuesday. So everybody, if you want to hang out a little bit, jump on over. I'd be happy to see you and would love to share the virtual couch and watch some great shows.
And my gift for you is that by burying Lady Hill, cleansed, into a seam, it is easier for the energy to flow from Drinax to a seam. And so when people see the ship flying through space and they have good and positive associations with Drinax, it will also feed a seam much easier. And so a seam will flourish as does Drinax in a much more an easier flow. The channels have been cleared. Speaking of clearing the channels, that would not have happened without some important work done by Terrica, played by our Ari. Ari, who are you? Where can we find you and give some love?
Hello, I'm Ari _ventures. You can find me here on Fridays or live in Seattle. I won't be here next Friday, but you can catch me at Norwest Con on Saturday at 7:30 p.m. in the Moxie Room, I want to say. Yeah. It's called Impossible Loves, and it's a whole, I know, right? Such a good name for that room. It is a show that's all about what if a supernatural being fell in love with a normal human and what happens. And it's completely made up on the spot based on your suggestions. I also have Prism coming up, which is a show, another improvised show based on the different perspectives of the individuals about a specific moment or an event. So think things like Knives Out does this really well, right? Where you've got like the, oh no, that didn't happen. I was right there and I saw X, Y, and Z. Well, come find out, see what that is. That starts running mid-April through May on Saturdays. And for love, holy cow, so much of it tonight. My mind just like blanked on all of the things. So Trooper, as always, beautiful, fantastic descriptions of the rooms that we walk into, the people that we meet, the moments themselves as they exist, and particularly that slice between like, oh, we're in the middle of the exorcism, and then, oh, here we are at the like going back and forth, just beautifully well done, fantastic. And Lindy, your handling of Caspian after the whole blow up. I don't know what's going to happen there. But
I don't
that
either.
was beautiful. Oh man, it was so good. It was just so good. Especially at the end where it's like, oh, are you having me leave already? We just had an argument, but like I don't have to go anywhere. How's
Greg's
your
almost makes it worth
poetry?
it.
Poetry? Veiny poetry was said in the green room.
Veiny poetry. So
Girthy poetry.
Yes, that's right.
And Greg, the way that you handle all of the like little touches with what Val does and the decisions that he makes along the way, where it's you bring so much meaning into moments with it's like a couple of words of description, but there's all of this meaning that's just packed behind it. It's an art, man, and you do such a fantastic job. I'm thinking of like, like squeezing Terrica's hand, or everything with like Lady Hill, where changing her clothes into the clothes that Val wore. Just fantastic, beautiful offers that are so rich. And of course, Cord, holy cow, just
Right?
yeah, seriously. The decision of Severance not to flip over Lady Hill's card, but just all of the other things, like the whole way
The
that
Greebs
Cord
scene. The
Th-
Greebs
that was
scene's one of the greatest
exactly
scenes
yes.
ever. Yeah.
Him just like calling people in one after another, being like, okay, no, but we gotta like make this a group decision. Just fantastic. I loved it.
Asking you if he was on speakerphone every other second
Yes.
was fucking gold. That was gold. Am I on speakerphone?
Gold.
Am I on speakerphone?
Yeah. he's like the old granddad sometimes, where he's like, wait, how does this work? It's fantastic. I love it so much. So thank you all.
Your gift, everyone gets their gift, right? Is the knowledge that you can end the ability of nobility to be conduits. It would take a long time. It would be very difficult, but you could do it. You could destroy that process. You felt it. You felt that there is a way to do it. It would not be immediate, but if you wished, you could destroy that entire flow of conduits. And that would mean that nobility would not have that extra bit of power that they have, that extra... Nobles are a little bit extra shiny. Get a little bit extra boons here and there because people keep thinking about them and dreaming about them. It's like Lady Diana, right? Everyone's like, oh, Lady Di. And then she gets that extra power. She's just a little bit shinier, right? You know what I mean? Is able to lead, all that kind of stuff. And you could destroy it all.
And Terrica got a white card. I'll just put that on the table.
But you also know what that means. What that means is that all of those people, because you felt it, you felt all of that psionic energy coming into you, you felt it flowing in all these ways, that it would all go away.
It would hurt Drinax.
It would. It could be replaced with, like, I don't know, who knows what.
A circus.
Influencers? I don't know.
Influencers? Oh no. Hashtag Drinax.
Hi, just piloting the Gambler today with my protein shake.
Today we're sponsored by Greebs. Greebs.
Yeah.
Killing a couple motherfuckers today.
But you can see it, right? Like, you can see that it's like a mixed sort of space that you've got. And also, you might be building a third faction out there. We shall see about that one. But,
boy.
A little bit extra insight that you have in terms of like, oh, no, we can undermine people's faith and belief in the rule of law and in nobility. We can do that. And then they will no longer be able to channel, but it will get you what Terrica says they sometimes want. Sometimes. But then sometimes, it's like but I think Terrica will now get the sense of it as like, you know what I mean? Like, now it's more real, I think, in that way, right? But also, Wesley, you've just connected Wesley in a way that is going to give Wesley a little bit of fairy dust, a little sparkle dust, right? At this moment. And
sparkle, Wesley, sparkle.
and also, Severence has got some gifts, but I'll tell him later. So, I'm Trooper SJP. I want to say thank you so much for everybody who's been here. I want to say thank you to my cast. I'm going to say we got 100 bits from Atomica, who says, I am here. Thank you, Atomica. And that is what we got coming in today. Yes. So, I'm Trooper SJP. You can find me tomorrow playing some Hitman, and maybe I'll play the banjo. I'm going to give my love, and then we're going to go, because we got to go. I want to first say thank you to my players for staying a little bit longer, because we are now out. We're out of Drinax. We're going to hang out in Torpal. We've got the whole world ahead of us for the second half of the season. We're halfway done, and we're going to see where we go from there. And I want to say, Ari, your homework is to give me the description of the person who's the new counselor. That's, since you did it, you get it. That's all on you. So I want to give my love to Cord for not flipping over the card. I want to give the most love for that, because that is the truth of Lady Hill, who is not able to say the things that they maybe needed to say. And that's their whole problem, right? That's one of it, right? The wanting to thrive, if you cannot articulate it, you're not going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the problem. And I think it was perfect. So I want to thank Cord for that. For Lindy, I want to thank Lindy for the urchin and for cutting the threads, and for the relationship with Val today. I thought that was lovely. To Greg, I want to give love for your commentary, unspoken but visually done, about your appreciation and love for Duke Caspian. Love that very much. I was like, I love you. I love Greg for this. And it also just kind of showed, even when he's not there, how much Val cares for Terrica. And it was like, I knew what it was. Do you know what I mean? I was like, I see it. The amount of love, right? And I also really love how you're playing Val, being still Val, but also growing in this really interesting way. And then, of course, I want to give great love to Ari for the honesty in playing the moment of, because whether or not any of this would work with Lady Hill had a lot to do with whether or not you could let go, right? That's if Terrica could not let go, if they could not let go, this was not going to work, right? And so I asked you questions. Do you allow this to happen? Does this happen? And how you answer really depended on whether or not this would be able to work. The exorcism can't work if you don't let go, right? And they let go in a way that was so true to the character, but so honest, so raw, and so complicated. And I love that there's a way in which I feel as if Terrica both did and did not get closure, right? Because this is a thing that needs to heal. And so I thought it was beautiful. So I want to thank all of my players, and thank you. That's it. See me next week here, same time, same bat channel. Thank you, everybody who's been here, and we're going to go so I can get this crew out of here. Thank you so very much, and I will catch you all. By the way, the title comes from Stormbender, and it is, I cannot read my handwriting. It was really good. That
was it. The Lady Hill in the Sky with Diamonds. Is that the one?
No. It was
the other one.
Something that mind. It was really good. I'll have to find it. It was, I can't read my handwriting. It's fine. Thank you, everybody. We will see you all next week, and take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night.